it's now counties, moved to Kiambu in Githunguri and Thika, moving on to Machakos, and finally in Nairobi, where after a period spanning about slightly over 15 years, I resigned to go to venture into politics. At my first attempt in 1997, I did not succeed, but soon thereafter, the vacancy fell, the seat fell vacant through death, and I was elected as Member of Parliament for Siakago constituency, as it then was known, after which I joined Parliament, and in 2002, December, I successfully defended my seat and returned back to Parliament, where I served as opposition chief whip then, because the party on which I had been elected and been trounced very badly in the 2002 general elections, and we became the opposition. While in Bunge at that time, I was also elected by my colleagues to chair the Public Investments Committee, where some of the people who served me, I can see are to the left of Mr. Speaker, Chairman, and a few other officers. Mr. Chairman, in 2007, I lost the parliamentary seat, and I was out of Parliament for 5 years, during which period I was deeply engaged in the constitutional review programs that were there. And I was finally elected as to chair the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. After that, Mr. Chairman, in 2013, after the general elections, I was elected the Speaker of the National Assembly, a position I held for 2 terms. In the elections of 2022, Mr. Chairman, I did not run for any office, but I joined through a coalition partnership agreement with the teams that formed Kenya Kwanza, initially being the United Democratic Alliance Party, Ford Kenya, and ANC as leader of the Democratic Party. Subsequently, His Excellency the President appointed me through a nomination that was approved by this House, by this committee, recommended for approval by this committee to the House, subsequent to which His Excellency the President appointed me as the Attorney General, the 8th Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. I served in that position for a period of 20 months and 15 days, up to the 11th of July 2022, when I tendered my resignation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and honorable members.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, any question?
No questions. No questions from senior.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee, there is a government internship program under the Ministry of Public Service, and many of us have messages from Kenyans, especially young Kenyans who have gone through the internship program, asking what is the plan of onboarding them as permanent staff in government, or linking them with other state agencies, for permanent and pensionable jobs. And we'd want to hear what plans you have, should you be confirmed into that docket, to make sure that that internship program not only helps the youth to gain experience, but also helps them to get linked to actual permanent and pensionable jobs.
Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Leader of Majority, for that question. Indeed, I want to confirm to this committee and to Kenyans that I have also received well over close to 300 such messages from those interns, the young Kenyans who have gone through that program, which was initiated, I believe, with the very best of intentions. But unfortunately, I think the implementation has faced some challenges because young Kenyans have been taken through the program, posted into ministries, but after 1 year, they find themselves back on the streets. Indeed, it is a very challenging thing. Mr. Chairman, my personal view about this program of internship, before I come to say what I think should be done, is that it should be changed to not just a public service commission internship program. It should actually be a Kenya national internship program where both government and the private sector become active players. I believe it would have been much better if the program had involved the private sector, because the skills that these young Kenyans have are varied. They're not necessarily trained to go and work in the public service. Because sometimes you may find a university graduate that has been trained in agriculture, for instance, being taken to the Ministry of ICT. They will just be there for those 12 months and the stipends that they are given. After 12 months, those kids have really gained very little in terms of the field that they were trained in by way of experience. So, Mr. Chairman, my view is that this program should be worked, reworked, re-engineered, so that the young Kenyans that are taken into it are taken including the private sector, where indeed the private sector would be encouraged. Either government of Kenya, because Parliament gave the resources to the Public Service Commission to employ those or to engage those interns. But if we expanded it, it means that either the government of Kenya would have young Kenyan interns being taken to various places in industry, both in the public sector and in the private sector, where their skills would be much more relevant and be much more useful. And thereafter, either it can be agreed that government will pay for continue paying their stipends, or in the alternative, those private sector players to whom the interns would be attached would be given some incentives, and indeed, perhaps if we did that, we could find that we could actually attract more Kenyan youth in the internship program than the current numbers that we take today. Moving forward, Mr. Chairman, I think it is not right. It's not right to assume that governments can employ every Kenyan that has gone through school. But on the other hand, government has a responsibility. We all have a responsibility in leadership to ensure that we grow the economy of this country so as to be able to attract as many of our young, talented Kenyans into the job market. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, this is a program that I intend to, if I find favor, as Mr. Chairman, you have, I've had you say from time to time, you have find favor with this committee and the House and get confirmed into this position through appointment. It is something that we will need to sit with the Public Service Commission because, as you would appreciate, the role of the ministry is to facilitate. And, you know, here, Mr. Chairman, it's good for me to point out that public service spans across every arm. So that, indeed, Mr. Chairman, even the policeman on the road is the public service. The doctors and the health personnel are also doing public service. So it's a ministry that I find quite interesting. It permeates every sector of the public service. But more specifically, to respond to the issue raised by the Leader of Majority, which has also been raised with me, as I said at the beginning, it is to sit with the Public Service Commission and see how best to address the plight of the various cohorts, because very few, Mr. Chairman, have been absorbed in the public service. And these are our children. We all must feel for them. We see how best to have them placed in well-paying jobs and remove them from the streets. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank Yes, Mary.
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, Kenyans, with respect to the same issue of internship, Kenyans want to know the fact that the outgoing CS did suspend ongoing and any new recruitment. If you are approved, what you're going to do about that? He had proposed a formation of a tripartite committee to look into all those issues. And they are also saying the public servants, they're aging. The public service is an aged lot. And so in the interest of succession planning, what are you going to do if at all you are suspending recruitment? And finally, they're also saying they're raising the concerns on corruption and nepotism, where jobs at the public service are also going to the highest bidder or to whom you know. So if you are approved, what are you going to do about it? So kindly speak to those issues and you'll be, so that we do not bring up the issue again. Thank you.
Chairman, this is just a supplementary question. I hope I don't lose my slot later, because I'm very interested in this. We're going to third reading of a bill I have sponsored on the public service internship. And I agree with you what you have said. We actually consulted a lot on the private sector, but we realized it needs further engagement on issues to do with private sector because incentives and all that. But now, the direct question that the young people are asking, and they have told me, without that amendment in your bill, in the third reading, but then you can stay with your bill. They're saying there has to be provision of them gaining full employment after the internship. Because they're saying otherwise, if that is not there, the government and other entities are just enjoying cheap labor. And then they go back, as you have said, after 1 year. And so it is good to be honest, because I know later you'll be told it's budgetary issues. You can commit here and then later you say there's no money. So the young people just want an honest answer, whether they will be employed after their internship. And the last thing just on that, Chairman, is that the last question, I agree with you also on one thing. Public Service Commission, and we engaged during the public participation. Interns, the Judicial Service Commission, other commissions in TAC, which actually has a good practice where they have a merit list. So instead of advertising again for new people to get full employment, why don't we have a database of the ones who've done internship, and they be given priority when it is time for employment, and they create space for others to get internship?
Mr. Chairman, can I? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I want to respond to the issues raised by the member for Teso South, the Honorable Mary Massey, where she raised the issue of a circular. And let me first of all say that I haven't come across any such circular. It was a pronouncement which I think has not been secularized. The issue that I'm aware of is that, of course, which every one of us is aware, is the issue of the austerity measures being implemented currently, which have necessitated some temporary or sort of a moratorium on recruitment. It is not that it has been stopped. So it is not, I don't think whether it's right for us to say that there's been a circular. There hasn't been any, because I've gone through, it's an issue that I was addressing when I met with the senior staff of the ministry. Mr. Chairman, the issue of aging staff is true, and this also speaks to the question of succession planning. And I think it is right to say that something somewhere has gone wrong within the HR department, the human resource area. Because it is true, Mr. Chairman, you find, I don't know members, you find that some very, very senior people in the public service, the people that deputize, and they are almost exiting the service, but the people deputizing them are so lowly placed. I think that is a mistake that must be corrected immediately. And it's a matter of us having to engage properly with the Public Service Commission, because people are all over. But some certain things which I believe maybe we'll have occasion to discuss later, the issue of training, on-job training, seems to have taken some back seats. And that is where the problem of aging staff, people wanting to remain without people sufficiently well prepared and trained to take over their positions. I think it is a mistake. It needs to be addressed as soon as possible. The Honorable Miriam Massey, through you, Mr. Chairman, did raise the issue of corruption in recruitment. Mr. Chairman, this is, I think, a thorn in all areas of, most of the publics in the entire gamut of public service recruitments, because there's a lot of opaqueness. Positions are advertised. When people are long-listed, you see names, then they are short-listed, then you don't know what the processes that happen thereafter. And connected to this, Mr. Chairman, is if you read the Article 232 of the Constitution on the mandate and functions of the Public Service Commission, among others, is to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in the public service. And the other value and principle is the diversity of Kenya, diversity among regions and communities. It is a value that is embedded in that Article 232. But, Mr. Chairman, you and I will know, sometimes it's very difficult, and we have seen reports that have been published that really show skewed, very, very skewed situations about how many people, how many civil servants are in which area. And Mr. Chairman, I'm not blowing my trumpet, but I want to tell the country and this committee that while I worked here, we had occasion to, first of all, before making placements, to indicate, first of all, to get to know how many people already are in service and from which counties, so as to ensure that those counties that do not have representation here, even through affirmative action, get the chance to work at this premier institution, national premier institution called Parliament. Mr. Chairman, in addressing this issue, these are some of the practices that I would want to suggest to the Public Service Commission to employ, because every part of Kenya deserves a chance to serve in the public service. Mr. Chairman, I have sympathy with what the Honorable Lesunda, through you, has been told by the young people as she was processing her bill. Mr. Chairman, we must say this without feeling shy about it. It may not be possible for the public service, indeed not just may, it cannot be possible for the public service to employ every Kenyan that goes through the training. But it is the duty of government to ensure that we have policies and programs that make it possible for the economy to absorb those whom we train in our various institutions of higher learning and others. So it's an altruism, and I think I want to agree with the honourable member that I don't want to be visited by, to be haunted by nightmares. If I give a commitment here that we will absorb, the chairman, we may not be able to, but we have to look for ways of ensuring that those that have been taken through the process finally find some placement one way or other. There are various options available.
Thank you.
Before he moves out of that, Honorable Speaker, would you then, if you may not assure them of placement, but at least priority when opportunities arise, especially now that there has been a pronouncement that those who are above 60 years of age will not have their contracts being renewed or extended?
Actually, I had noted the issue of priority, that yes, and I think we must take a lead from what the president said the other day when he was at a pass-out parade for the NYS recruits, when he suggested to the Kenya Defense Forces and the National Police and other security agencies that please, when you're recruiting, because the people that go through the NYS first of all get a 6 months paramilitary training. So it makes perfect sense that if possible, do about 80% of those. And they come from every corner of the Republic. So even in respect to these interns, I think we should give priority when it comes to absorption to those that have gone through the program. Thank you.
Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, through the nominee, there are one or two issues is for clearing the air, and one is a question. The ones of clearing the air is you served as Attorney General for the last, let's say, 2 years now, a few months remaining. The issues that came that people were not taking your advice, whether they were legal or they were non-legal, I don't know, but your advice, which I assume they were legal. Could you touch on that matter? And then the other issue is when you were working at the Attorney General.
Which people? He was not advising people, he was advising the government.
Yeah, I'm saying.
So be specific with your question.
No, I'm saying there was accusation, there were statements out there saying that your advice was not being taken. There was a statement out there in the public domain that your advice was not being taken. So the advice could be taken by the government people in whichever capacity they are serving. Then secondly, the issue of when you are running the office of the Attorney General, there were issues, I found that one in Parliament, between your office and the Public Service Commission in terms of recruitment of that office. And now you are going to be working with them in terms of policy, you will be in charge. How will you take care of that? Then my last question is, the president, when this uprising happened the other day, one of the statements he issued was that people who have reached the age of 60 years must leave the civil service. But there are people who are 60 now and still working. They have contracts that are running. Now, and that is the way we can bring up the youth into the system when you create space for them. So what do you think you will do if you get favor with this committee and you are appointed? Will you create that space for the youth so that these people who have clocked the age of 80, they should leave, that they leave the civil service? Because they have 60 and not 80. No, I didn't say 80, 60. No, you people, I know why you're saying 80, but I said 60.
Posing.
Thank you, Speaker, and the nominee, Speaker Emeritus. One is, should you get favor, now that the word is popular, should you get favor from committee and approved by Parliament? Please, what practical thing will you do? Will you audit or something like that in terms of community balances in terms of employment in public service? Because that item although the Constitution prescribes Honorable Speaker Emeritus, but it's being abused. Nobody follows completely. And therefore, it's very skewed. Employment of government and public service is very skewed. So what will you do, an audit or something like that? And how will we know that actually you did that? Number two is have an overlook or a compound look at the counties' public service, public service. I think, Honorable Chair, if there are people who are, I will say, they are suffering psychologically, are almost the entire employees of counties. Entire counties in this country, 47. Why? Because when a governor leaves, another governor comes, there's a lot of sacking. Everybody's going home. You don't know what's going on. And therefore, that imbalances or lack of security or lack of known or policy makes actually compromise public service and services at the counties. So please, should you get favor and approved, I know you have the demeanor, you have you are a leader of this country. Please make sure that you have an overlook of counties. Counties are suffering. I thank you, Chair.
Ikaria.
Thank you, Chairman. Disciplinary cases for civil servants. Ordinarily, there is an allegation out there that they take too long for the appeals. If an action has been taken by a ministry, so when they make an appeal comes to the Public Service Commission, then it takes unnecessarily too long. And my second question is about your resignation. When you are invited to make your introduction, I heard you say that you resigned.
Yes.
Are we expecting another resignation after you're approved? Thank you, Chairman.
We can take Amisi.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Just not the nominee.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have one question, Speaker. This National Youth Service that falls under your docket is really dear to me because of the youth aspect and the youth population bulge that most countries are grappling with, Kenya not exempted. And if you look at the history of the National Youth Council, started National Youth Service at the independence. In fact, the late director of Stare was at the center of the foundation of this institution, where Stare was schooled. And the discipline we get at Stare is the same discipline that was supposed to be replicated in those services. And the paramilitary training just came in later. But you know, the essence of it was to make youth participate in the national building. They get skills at a very small stipend, and they build national. But you see, the way we've structured National Youth Service, it's become a privilege for the who is who, that letters are flying around. Leaders, you know, taking letters across the constituency. The most privileged are getting more letters than the others. But it's supposed to be a program that consumes all our youth into a training pool. In fact, it was borrowed to, this is an issue that has faced many countries in history. US, when they had this issue of youth population bulge, they what we call the Peace Corps, where young people were being sent across the world to be, incorporated in different ways of culture, heritage, and, they learn a lot, they come back and they build their nation. This is the problem we have with the youth. We do not know how to do with this chunk of young people for the benefit of the country. How are you going to structure NYS in a way that it does not become a privilege rather than an expanded program that takes all the young people across? And don't talk about the budget, because all the problem has always been we don't have enough money. But there's a lot of wastage. That place has become a cash cow. People walk in, do tenders, and they get rich, but the youth are suffering outside there. What is this you are going to do differently in that institution, once and for all? Because we've had these talks about NYS for quite some time. What is this unique thing?
Nominee, if approved for appointment, which 3 specific reforms would you give priority?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I have one question to our nominee. And I'm looking at the constitutional mandates for gender representation. And I just see that women remain underrepresented in public service. Because if you look to most of the sectors in our government, they're being led by men. What specific reforms will you advocate to ensure compliance with this mandate and increase women representation? I think as a country, we have some laws, but the problem is implementation or rather enforcement. I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Can you deal with those? Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. Well, let me begin with the issues raised by the Honorable Jeanette, Mr. Chairman. And just say one, I think sometimes our media, and we have to give it to them, are quite innovative. Sometimes how they innovate sometimes can cause you a lot of jitters. If you read the story, if you saw the headline and you read the whole story, you could not relate the two. Because in the middle of the story, inside this, I think on page 2 or page 3 of that newspaper, they went ahead to say that 99.5% of all advisories given by the Office of the Attorney General have been taken and implemented. Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, if it pleases members, I could give an exit report on the performance of of that office for the 20 months and 15 days that I was in charge. So that story was not correct. That advisories were not being taken because the office gives advisories in respect to very, very many issues, international law. In fact, the office gives legal advisory opinions even to the county governments, and I cannot even remember which one was never implemented. If there was anything that may have perhaps not been implemented, could have been maybe the things that we advise ministries, because as perhaps the members will know, the Office of the Attorney General is signatory to every cabinet memo that is generated by every ministry. And on occasions, we've had to return very many memos to the various ministries, and I've had to issue a circular to all ministries telling them, because they always insist that the AGs always gives them state council to sit in the ministries. So we asked them, what are those state councils doing? Because they will bring requests which are so raw. So maybe those are the only ones that they can, maybe somebody could say, those may not have been taken, because there are some ministries, some cabinet secretaries who would always argue that they think the Office of the Attorney General is the mortuary where their proposals die. But they never used to die there. We would always return the half dead and the corpses to them to go and bury in their respective ministries. So maybe only to that extent. Otherwise, I must say, I've had a very, very exciting period at the State Law Office. The Honorable Jeanette, through you, Mr. Chairman, did raise the question of the relationship between the Public Service Commission and myself when I was the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, Chairman, the relationship I had and the proposals that I put through, and I must, Mr. Chairman, through you, thank the National Assembly and through the chairman of the Legal Affairs Committee for agreeing with my proposals, Mr. Chairman, that there was need for the office to be given the autonomy it required to recruit its own personnel. The reason being, Mr. Chairman, on occasion, they would recruit people and send them to the State Law Office. Sometimes when you look at them, they ask them, did you know the areas where we have need? Is it in the area of public trusteeship? Is it in the area of societies? Is it in the area of companies? Is it in the government transactions? Is it international law? These ones you have brought to us. So what are their key competencies? They will never be able to answer that question. They will tell you that all they needed is to recruit lawyers, and they dump them to you. So the position I took there was not a personal, it wasn't personal. It was just for posterity and to build the institution of the state law office, to make sure that it is fit for purpose. So, and also, and you remember, when we launched the 24th annual supplement in April this year, His Excellency the President himself, off the cuff, did speak to the point, the fact that he had assented to that bill to give autonomy to the Office of the Attorney General to be able to recruit its staff. And he was speaking about that in the context of the fact that we were launching the 24th annual supplement after the 23rd one had been launched in 1995. So, and you know, His Excellency the President did see the merit in the proposals that I had made. And since, again, Mr. Chairman, the House did agree with me, and I really must remain eternally grateful to the House. The matter ended there. It was nothing personal. It was not to give me a job. It was to ensure that that office becomes what it is supposed to be, the biggest and the best law firm for the public in Kenya. And I hope that, and I'm happy, Mr. Chairman, that I've seen the nominee is a person, again, who began a working career at the state law office and has been the secretary to the advisory board at the ODPP, which is the same thing that you as a House gave me, the advisory board. That's what we were looking for. So I believe that my relationship with the Public Service Commission should not be strained on account of what I did. In fact, if I find favor, again, with you and the House, and I'm confirmed in this position, I would want to continue assisting the state law office to develop, because even then I was actually using officers from the Ministry of Public Service to help us to develop the human resources department of the state law office. So I hope that anybody who may have been, aggrieved by the decision to give that office that capacity should not have any difficulties working with me. In any event, we are conjoined at the hip, and we must work together. And differences of opinion must never make for enmity. The leader majority did raise the issue of, is it the people age 80 or? Yeah. Yes. I have done some quick assessment of that position, and I'm told currently in the mainstream public service, they may be less than 10. But of course, whether they are 10 or 1, if the directive is at 60, you go home and you are an employee, so be it. We just must live by the law. And I think this, I would want to tie this with the question, Mr. Chairman, raised by the Honorable Mishi, the member for Likoni, on this issue of gender. Mr. Chairman, I did allude to what is provided for in Article 232. Among other things in that article is the question of the special place for the youth, women, and people living with disabilities in the recruitment, even as we address the issue of other forms of diversity in our country. I think it has come to a point, Mr. Chairman, when we must now bite the bullet and implement what is in our laws. We can't have a constitution to which we just pay lip service. I think it's unfortunately for me, Mr. Chairman, I like taking, once I take a position, I like being held to account on the basis of the position that I take, because we cannot, we just have to implement the Constitution. You in Parliament are doing your very best to try and live by that Constitution. So everybody else in the public service should also be held accountable. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, that the House will help me when I bring reports about who is not living by the constitutional imperatives, so that you can hold them to account in the way that Parliament the world over does. So, Honorable Chairman, in response to that issue raised by the Honorable Mishimboko, it is just to say that I intend to live by what is in the Constitution. This question again, Mr. Chairman, it ties alongside with that raised by the member for Pokot South. Mr. Chairman, he used to have a name. He was called Pokot 1. He raised the issue of diversity again. And I think I like his proposal, Mr. Chairman, that we need to carry regular audits in this matter, because we must bring confidence, the trust of the people to government. And one of the ways to go about this is by telling it as it is. If we find that there has been skewed recruitment, let us just be open about it, so that everybody from whichever corner of the Republic should feel that they belong to the government. There should never be a case where people in one corner of the Republic feel that there's a place called Kenya, and they think it is called Nairobi. Nairobi is Kenya, because I don't think that they belong. I agree with the Honorable member for Pokot South. Again, this must cascade to the county service board, the county public service boards. I do know that when you go to a county, again, there are other dynamics. But the responsibility that has been assigned to the Ministry of Public Service is to come up with policies that advise county governments with respect to matters of public service. But of course, the implementation and enforcement is left to other agencies, other bodies like Parliament and other institutions. Say, for instance, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, which is a constitutional body. Then Gender and Equality Commission, and the Commission on Administrative Justice. We also have, of course, the Public Service Commission is in the Constitution also mandated to assist county government through the County Service Board to come up with policies, public service standards that should be implemented at the county level. So that would be my response to that. Mr. Chairman, there was, through you, there was the question raised by the Honorable Gekaria, the member for Nakuru Town East, if I still remember his constituency, about disciplinary cases taking far too long to resolve. And this is a matter, fortunately, Mr. Chairman, I can speak to this one for quite at great length, because I have had occasion to deal with disciplinary cases within the Public Service Commission. It is the procedure that is used that is too long, Mr. Chairman. I do recall when I was a magistrate, I got involved in dealing with some of those cases because the process starts at the ministry level, because as you know, under clause 5 of that Article 232, the PSC is empowered to delegate any of its functions to other bodies or to some of its members, and some to any public officer or other authorities. One of the functions that they have delegated through letters they write to people called authorized officers. It is that issue of the HR function. And I think, Mr. Chairman, my own experience is that it has not been carried out properly. And it speaks volumes. When cases, disciplinary cases, take so long, and possibly the staff who are the subject of those disciplinary proceedings are put on half salary, or they are not allowed to participate in several other service functions that they were engaged to do. So it's a matter that I think we need to streamline the procedures so that matters can be resolved. And at this point in time, when we are all talking about leveraging on technology, I think these are matters that should be resolved much faster. On the question of resignation, if I got the Honorable Vicaria properly, he said that he saw that I had resigned. That's what is in the Kenya Gazette. It is true indeed that I resigned, and there were reasons. Because as you would expect, at the national executive level, and I know the country was alive to the fact that there had been some disquiet. And the only honorable thing at that point in time to do was to take a position through a route that is provided for in law, to allow His Excellency the President opportunity to reorganize his government as he desired. So that allow a situation whereby you tie the president with the fact that certain things have not happened, or this or the other, as provided for in law. I took the option of assisting the president to make the decision to do the alignment. Honorable Chairman, there are two other areas. Well, the issue raised by the Honorable Caleb Amisi about the NYS, and he did give examples about the American Peace Corps. I think those are very positive remarks and comments. But I want to add that, yes, Honorable Caleb Amisi did mention the issue of discipline, Mr. Chairman, and it's not without foundation, because the 6 months paramilitary training obviously equips the trainees with certain patriotic norms that ordinarily will not be found in an environment that is not such as the one we find ourselves in the NYS training camps. But I did say that, Honorable Amisi, that there is the 6 months paramilitary training, and there is the 1 year national service. From this national service, the graduates are assisted almost invariably, where it is possible, to either become self-reliant or self-employed, if you wish. And those others that depend on what courses one takes, because when they go to for the national service, they take some certain job-related courses. It could be in the hospitality industry, it could be in construction, and such like trades. And those that also wish to continue with further training are encouraged to join currently the TVET programs within the Ministry of Education, where they would go and to get either diplomas or certification at the TVET level to equip them further for the job market. I want to agree with the member that indeed there have been incidences where corruption has been mentioned. I think this is a matter of concern to all of us. We've seen some of them. I don't want to go into some details, some of which I'm sure most members may have seen, as when people start moving around with appointment letters or recruitment letters, it becomes, it is something that speaks to the integrity of a process. And I think it's one of the areas
point
that...
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes.
Just to clarify to the nominee, because I don't think you got my question clearly. I don't need to go to the nitty-gritties of the operations of NYS. It's common knowledge, we know it. My question was that this good program that has undergone a lot of mutations, that's why there is now the paramilitary being introduced. But initially, at some stage, it used to actually be a compulsory stage for those who are even advancing to universities and institutions of higher learning. It was a compulsory stage, meaning the initial perception of this was to incorporate all youth towards a compulsory stage before you advance to the other programs. So how can we expand it so that it stops being a privilege for the few, that letters are now being floated, it becomes gold for you to get an NYS letter. How can you expand that program more or less the way it was? That's the question.
Well, that's a governance issue, Madam Deputy Speaker. It just speaks to lack of order, you know, and lack of discipline, because it shouldn't happen that way. But we do know that it has happened, and it does happen. But of course, the corruption that you mentioned about, other than this one of recruitment, this can be addressed, because we just have to be, everybody to play their part. There are those of us who will be charged, and in this case, Parliament with oversight. And I must say that recently I watched some debate at which the House properly expressed itself with regard to some of these processes that have been happening. And I think that is the route to go, so that everybody knows that even as you undertake certain or any of the processes that you are enjoined to undertake, there are others who are watching, and there are others who will hold you to account for your actions. But with regard to the other corruption that the honourable member mentioned, I want to say that when that problem came up, and I think all of us would recall, starting around 2017, that's when reforms were initiated within the NYS. And that's how, by 2018, we came up with the National Youth Service Act of that year, which, among other things, introduced a council as an oversight body. And I think as Parliament, through the various committees, you are at liberty to call, to summon the council, and because they play an oversight role. But it is the National Assembly that has got general oversight over all national state organs and state officers. So indeed, I think on this, we play together. Whenever there is an issue that is being raised in this field, I would want us to be summoned by the relevant committee of the House, so that everybody be held to account. The Honourable Member for Nyeri, Chair, didn't raise the issue of the priority reforms that I would want to undertake. And what comes to mind immediately is the institutionalization of the performance management program, so that even as we do performance management, we hold people accountable for what they have undertaken or contracted to deliver within specified periods. And also, in my view, I would want to prioritize a reward mechanism, reward scheme, not necessarily monetary. And I've seen this, Madam Chair, in the judiciary. Almost every quarter, you find who is the best performing judge in terms of how many cases they are able to clear, because of the huge backlog that were found in the judiciary. how is it that we cannot do the same in the rest of the public service? Let us reward and recognize performance so that even promotion, even the areas we are talking about the succession planning, it also has some basis. You see people who exert themselves, apply themselves so diligently. I think it's only fair that there must be a way of recognizing that kind of performance, and that improves delivery of service to the Kenyan people. The other one that has been,
if you allow me, Speaker, just to speak into the issue of performance management. I'm a big supporter of performance management because I know what it can do. And during the Kibaki time, you could actually, I used to work in a university as a registrar, and we put, during that time, universities were assigned into performance management. And you could actually see the university grow, how many papers it has published, how many papers each professor has published, A&A, how it has been ranked in. You could actually see the growth because of performance management as you take up this position, if approved by this committee, and this is part of public service. We'll be very happy if we initiated performance management through performance contract or any other form of performance management tool to actually be able to evaluate workers, their output, how much government is putting in and what is the output, so that we can see real growth, and this contributes significantly to GDP. Thank you.
Did you finish answering?
Just that area of performance management, and I'm happy that the honourable member for Kilifi North has actually just got it, nailed it, because of course the public universities are they're still part of the public service, and we've had some in recent times. We've heard of complaints from students complaining that they start examinations and they have not received their results. You wonder, in that university, there's a lecturer who is involved in delaying those results. There is a head of department, there is a dean, and there is a vice chancellor. Surely, when these kind of complaints come, if we were implementing, if we had properly institutionalized, and I agree with the honourable member that this is something that this is the route to go, but we are paying lip service to it. We are not actualizing what it's supposed to mean, because it is also service delivery. Those students are part of they are children of this country. When you hear students complaining that they start examinations and for 6 months down the road they have not gotten their results and what, surely those students must have gone to raise those complaints with the lecturers, with the heads of departments, with the deans. I mean, surely it means something somewhere. There is a breakdown in the way we implement these performance contracts. Management and the delivery is not correct. Another area, again, to respond is how we communicate government programs. There has been all manner of communication from all quarters. Sometimes you see some of the communication, if you happen to be awake by midnight, you find there's still communication through some certain medium. And, we just need to institutionalize it and make it work properly. This is another area of priority, Mr. Chairman, that I would think we need to implement alongside the reward, merit-based reward system, either on a quarterly basis or on a monthly basis, as the case may be. We must recognize industry and merit in the delivery of public services. I think that may be all.
I'm told you've done all that cohort. Sharia, anything?
Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I have a question from a constituent. Thank you. Mheshimiwa Justin B. MUTURI, the question goes, despite the clear guidelines outlined in the scheme of service, there has been a noticeable trend of officers remaining in the same job group for extended periods. This stagnation not only demotivates employees, but also hampers overall efficiency and progression within the public service. How do you plan to address and rectify this issue to ensure compliance with the scheme of service and promote a more dynamic and motivated workforce? Thank you.
Chairman, I have one simple question. I have one, just one which is pressing. It is on the abolition of permanent and pensionable terms in the public service. Do you support or not? What are the advantages and disadvantages?
What? Terms.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine really is not a question. I just want to comment. Speaker Emeritus, I think you are lucky that you have worked in government, the judiciary, in legislature, now in the executive. You have a good feel of what a government is, what the people are. I think what Honorable Kosin there said, the idea of regional balance, the idea of ethnic groups included in civil service, the idea of merit, I just want to emphasize that. I think as you go around, it is important to look at not just the entry level, even at the middle and the top. You look at the speaker, the deputy speaker, and the clerk. That is the sort of Kenya we want to see. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, small one, Speaker.
Because you are mentioned, it becomes a point of order.
Under your guidance, Speaker.
Okay.
Under your guidance, and thank you for indulgence. You know, and I want to encourage the nominee, Honorable Speaker, that they should start from, in his audit which he mentioned.
If confirmed.
If confirmed.
Yes.
He should start from National Treasury. Because National Treasury is where the national cake is divided. And if they skewed things there, then the national cake is skewed. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, I had not asked a question.
Those who have not asked questions.
I hadn't asked. That time it was a supplementary, but because I was going to get an opportunity, I just want to add a rider to, because that is what I was going to say on what Honorable Raso has said. To the nominee, if you get an opportunity, please. Kenyans want to feel to be part of Kenya. And the only way is through inclusivity, fairness, and what is just. And it is enshrined in our Constitution. And you have said you will follow the Constitution. Kenyans do not want to see an advert of a senior position which is being filled, and they almost know it is for who, it is even tailor-made for who, and for which community. If a certain person exits public service and he or she is from a certain community, it is almost certain they have to be replaced by someone from the same community. Let us have fairness and encourage merit. That is all I wanted to say.
A good comment. Mule, you pass?
Just a comment, and to the nominee, Mr. Speaker MUTURI. Do you think we, as a government, we have a mechanism to monitor the efficiency, apart from the performance contracting of civil servant, to monitor efficiency and to increase transparency in government departments using electronic systems?
Good. Nominee take Naisula's comment positively. So it's not a question. So was Raso's. Sir George?
Let me just ask this on behalf of a member of the public so that I'm not accused of not having done it. Kenyan youth under the PSC internship program under cohort 6. Kindly, with regards to budgeting, do ask the nominee for PSC, citing an example in State Department of TVETs, that they are hiring 1,300 trainers under PNP terms, yet they have not included not even the currently active interns in all the TVETs countrywide, from Mombasa to Turkana, who are only 126 of them, vetted, trained, qualified, which begs the question, to whom do these vacancies and jobs belong? Even the already qualified interns currently working in those TVETs do not qualify to be considered etc. That's the kind of sentiments we are getting from this, because no wonder they are saying the nasty things they're saying about occupying us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Justin Muturi, in February I passed my bill, which is waiting. It has already been debated. It is the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill 2022. It's passed through the National Assembly, passed through the Senate with some amendments, and we are going to look at, the committee will look at it. What it's mentioning, what Honorable Naisula has talked about, fairness in county, which county do you come from, and residents and all that. And when I did that, many universities, not just county assemblies, what Honorable Posing is talking, many universities, 70% of the staff are from the communities where it is based. But that is just for information for you. For county assemblies and county government workers, we've got, for the national government, public service has got 17 job groups. But for the county governments, there are 21 job groups. So there is, it's not at par. So would you consider to abolish, I don't know if it is possible, to abolish the county public service boards and have it, or upgrade them to what is at the national level? Because the salary increments are not there.
Under what law do you do that?
That's why I said if it is
you
in the law.
can actually do it by amending the County Governments Act. You,
okay,
not him.
That one I will get.
Yes.
The other thing, would you check if because they don't have a service scheme for the county government workers? Is it possible, or that one even has to be done through Parliament? I don't know.
So, nominee.
Mr. Chairman, if I was to respond to the last one by the Honorable Dawood, again, it's a function. That particular area with the counties is a function given to the Public Service Commission under Article 234, one of their functions. They're supposed to come up with standards, operating standards, which and you know, if we put them in law, national legislation will take precedence over what else they have down at the counties. So it's quite, I'm happy that you've actually processed your bill and you're putting those principles. Mr. Chairman, I was going to agree with the Honorable Dawood about these many job groups at the counties, because sometimes I came across an officer, some old man who was employed in my county, and he was said to be an environment officer. And to the best of my knowledge, when they mentioned environment, I was a bit surprised, because I didn't think he would be very well suited in that regard. But then later it was explained to me that he was engaged by the governor to advise on the political environment. So, so there are many job groups, and so it's one of those things. I think working in collaboration with the Public Service Commission, I think, because we have a duty, we serve the same people. We have a duty also to advise the counties that certain things just don't make sense. And the resources that are devolved every year are not just for purposes of recurrent expenditure. And I like the current trend that both Parliament and the national government have taken, that please dedicate not less than 30% of those resources to address issues of development. I think it's a good thing. The Chairman, going to the question raised by the member for Balambala, the Honorable Shurie, about the stagnation of people in one job group. It is one of those things that must be seen as, one can say that maybe somebody has slept on the job, because why are you stagnating somebody? And this is the reason why I'm saying there's need for us to introduce some monthly or quarterly reward system. And if we do that, something like that, we will see who it is that is stagnating. But I think the Public Service Commission, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, have to, if you confirm me and the House approves, I would have to work with the Public Service Commission, and I have no problem about that, because I believe that what we will be proposing are ideas that would help in the service delivery to the people of Kenya. It is not a MUTURI or Honorable Ishongwa's idea. It is for the benefit of the people of Kenya, so that when good ideas must give way to better ones, and better ones must give way to the best. So the schemes of service, I want to confirm, do exist still, but I think they are being implemented in very skewed ways, or they are not even being implemented in some cases, and therefore you find people stagnating in one place. And I think it is very, very demotivating, very demoralizing. You may find that some of the people stagnating are extremely hardworking, industrious people, but maybe because of some certain idiosyncrasies between the supervisors and others in the chain of command, they have been made to stagnate. I think these are some of the things that we need to begin addressing. If I find favor with you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee and the House, these are things that I promise I would want to undertake to visit. Mr. Chairman, through you, the Honorable Member for Likoni did raise the issue of permanent and pensionable vis-a-vis contractual terms or engagement. Mr. Chairman, the public service in any jurisdiction, as I know, is indeed really the soul of the nation. And I think I say this because you look at certain jurisdictions, Italy stays for sometimes up to 6 months without a government. But because the civil service is in place, well structured, these things we are talking about, people stagnating, people being favored because they come from this region or the other, those things are not there. That's why the civil service in a country like Italy, indeed, Mr. Chairman, even Britain, sometimes they change prime ministers 1 month, 2 months.
Time they change 3 in 6 months.
Yes, but those countries are held together. Delivery of service is done because there is an efficient and effective mechanism by the public service of those countries. Same can be said about countries like Israel. Therefore, there is merit also in the question in having people on permanent and pensionable basis, while at the same time, there exists merit at certain levels. I mean, Mr. Chairman, I would find it, very, very punishing to engage a tea girl on contract terms, because, or sweepers. You would be changing them so many times. I think some of them are clerical officers, but at certain levels, senior levels, there is merit also in having people on contract terms. In any event, members of parliament are at a very high level in society, and they are on contract. They are on 5-year contracts. So why should it not be that at certain levels, we also engage some of those people on contracts? I mean, for me, I think we can have a fused system where we appreciate that at certain level, P&P has its own place. And then at certain other levels, contractual engagement of public servants would have some benefits. That will be my reaction to that issue. Thank you, Honorable Russell, Honorable Kosing, through you, Mr. Chairman. These were comments to encourage, and I take it in my strength. I think, well, it has been said that we must begin by addressing the National Treasury, and I think the Honorable Member has a point, Mr. Chairman, because you know, we have read stories about what is called budgeted corruption. By the time documents are delivered to the House, so much has been done, so much has been planned for. Sometimes when you try to read through those documents, and we are told maintenance of plant and equipment maintenance, you ask which equipments are these, you know? Sometimes you don't know which is which. And the same would go to how we recruit people also. Mr. Chairman, I want to give this committee some real example where 11 drivers were recruited and posted to the state law office. Only 4 of them had an idea how to, to drive. And they were on salary. So I said, oh, what, did you make a mistake? I thought this could only do sweeping or some other menial jobs in the office. But no, they are employed as drivers. Mr. Chairman, I have some examples which make me feel very passionate about actually, if the House approves me, want to go to this docket, because there are too many things, too many glaring things that need to be addressed. Well, the Honorable Member for Matungulu did raise the issue of the monitoring mechanism available in the implementation of various programs in the public service, particularly even performance management. This is one area that requires very close attention because, as I said earlier, Mr. Chairman, because Public Service Commission, in excess of the powers given to it in 234 clause 5 to delegate. Once they delegate, and you know, Public Service Commission is only one small commission here in Nairobi. It is not in Turkana, it is not in Embu, it's not in Bungoma, it's not in Narok. It's just here in Nairobi. So once they have delegated, I think the follow-up mechanism on what happens to those people whom they delegate their functions has been lacking. And I think, Mr. Chairman, if, as you said, I find favor with yourselves, I would still want to work with Parliament. If I find favor, I would still want to work with Parliament because I think it is in Parliament where things can move. Some of these things which have failed in the public service, if we work collaboratively, we will be able to give better service to the people of this republic. Sorry, the last one, Mr. Chairman, is from the indomitable member for Tharaka, the Honorable Gigi Murugara, about this cohort, the cohort 6. There's a much that I would want to add to save what I said when the leader of majority raised this issue, and we have had some quite big conversation, because it can only be looked at holistically. What I can promise is I would want to engage with the Public Service Commission on this issue, because we must find some solution to what we do with these children. They are young men and women of this country, full of energy, full of ideas, well-trained, but we have given them some little hope that, well, and that's the expectation of every Kenyan. You take them as interns, and Mr. Chairman, you and I and several other members I can see here would actually agree with me when I say that this program needs to be rethought. You need to think about it afresh. Because, Mr. Chairman, young lawyers, when they leave the law school and they go for internship, they are not just they don't just go to the judiciary or come to parliament or come to the state law office alone. They go to firms of senior lawyers and even in the private sector. They do their internships there. But this one, the way we crafted it, the way we coined it, we just put it for the public service. And that's the reason I believe why it is giving us this problem. And forever, we must continue thinking about how best to address this, this challenge of these interns. Never forgetting, Mr. Chairman, that the proposal this year was that I think we take about 20,000. I don't know if we go that route without, first of all, re-engineering this program, we are just going to create more anger in many more Kenyans. And no wonder, Mr. Chairman, then the next thing, they will be saying they want to Angukan with everything. There's something that's talking about Anguka. They could easily say, Anguka nayo.
This time they will Anguka na if you are approved.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just think that we need to think through this process collaboratively and involving many more stakeholders than just people at the Public Service Commission. As I've said, it is a small commission of nine commissioners. What the kind of staff they have? They are not outside Nairobi. So surely, I think they don't even have they have not had the capacity to go around the country to see what other areas of our economy we could think of people interning in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Everybody has had a go.
You have not asked my question.
You did.
It was just a supplementary.
It's a question nonetheless.
Supplementary on intervention. Just one, it's a comment. Actually, it's not a question from the public. Nominee, there is a Kenyan who is saying that the period between advertising for the jobs, interview, and onboarding by Public Service Commission is too long. That if you are successful, look into it. Another one is saying to quickly ease the pressure on unemployment, that 30,000 Kenyans expected to retire, public servants. If you could quickly replace them once they retire. And the last one says, what plans do you have for thousands of support staff in Kenya secondary schools who are earning as low as 5,000? Is it possible for you to absorb them in Public Service Commission? And as I conclude, probably in your first cabinet meeting, could you table a paper proposing for kazi kwa vijana? You can look for this money from some development partner or whoever, and this ease the pressure on unemployment. Thank you.
Yes, Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you know,
she said there were comments. So
she talked about, but Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Member for Teso South has raised a very important issue about those people working in schools. It just shows that if the question is directed at me, then that Kenyan actually appreciates public service is not just here in Nairobi. So if I find favor again, Mr. Chairman, then the Kenyans know that they will find me even in those schools, because those head teachers, those they called principals,
are your agents?
They are my agents, because they are also employing Kenyans
in public.
In public. So, and of course, Mr. Chairman, as I write down on this, if you walk through into any government office, including police stations, you find very well written service charters, but you know they are just there in on the wall. You'll go, you find somebody even in hospitals, public hospitals, very nice service charters, vision, mission. It's just like as you drive past Nyayo House. This is a corruption-free zone. I said, oh, this signboard is misplaced.
Even at your house.
And then others, you see, no smoking zone. Then you have to find the people who are there. So I think, Mr. Chairman, public service cuts across so many sectors, and I'm happy the member for Tesco South has raised this issue about people working in schools. Indeed, all those people are managers. They are people who are supposed to help us, because even when they mess in those schools, it is the government, and usually it is the national government that takes the flak. Mm-hmm. So, you go to a police station, a citizen is reporting an issue, the way they are addressed, they start cussing why they made the decision to go into the police station. Surely, is it not possible that in the 21st century we can offer public service with a smile? Please, the person who has come to a police station, surely, he is not a mad person. They know the power that that you have. They know you have guns. They have come for help, for service. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that if, again, I find favor, yes, watch this space.
Good. You know, if in that messaging, for a long time, almost 10 years, at the Minister of Health, there was a big sign there. This is, cigarette smoking is not permitted on these premises. And there's a Kenyan who used to go and stand next to it and smoke bangi, because it's not a cigarette. You know, tell them also to do their messaging properly, you know. Now, we've come to a near end. I have a few issues from the public. Some of them we have already dealt with. But since the public is watching, we have a duty to pass on to you. Why is the PSC employing UHC staff on contract terms and paying them only half of their salary, even though their pay slip shows a low salary for the work they do? This question was also put to Alfred Mutua, isn't it? This goes against the constitutional principle of equal pay for equal work. Will they compensate for the underemployment? Please ask Honorable Muturi the fate of 46,000 JSS interns. They were employed as interns last year and haven't yet been confirmed. Most of these are also parents and graduated as early as 2012, and therefore the stipend of 17,000 cannot sustain them. Some interns have ended up being depressed. Please give a way forward for them. There are some public servants who stagnated for more than 10 years. How are you going to help them if appointed? I think you asked this. Please ask Honorable Muturi for his views on the current state of mental health among public servants and the plans he has in place to address. I think that you should speak to. What plans does he have, if appointed, to ensure that the staff morale across public servants is improved? While serving as chairman of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Commission had attempted to usurp the role of the SRC by purporting to adjust the salary of members of Parliament. Does he still hold the same view? Does he think SRC oversteps into the mandate of other constitutional commissions such as PSC, TSC? Let him explain the nexus between his role as CS for public service and SRC. And the many others about retirement age, stagnation. There are almost 20, 30, but you have already touched on them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I start with the one of the universal, is it UHC?
Yes, universal health coverage.
Yes, okay. Staff being employed by the PSC. Well, Mr. Chairman, as I've already demonstrated, it's really the function of the PSC. It is their function to employ. But of course, we being policy advisors, we will be in a position. We will be, if we find favor, in a position to have a sit down with the PSC to find out why there are those disparities. As they say, some people are getting, being employed better than, or being paid better than others, yet they did the same job. Mr. Chairman, on this issue of the JSS, even as much as it's not a matter that I have addressed my mind to, but as I say what I've been reading, given the fact that it's a matter that belongs to the Ministry of Education, it's an issue that, because of the role that the ministry plays, if I find favor, I would want to have a sitting with the Ministry of Education, the TSC. But more importantly, Mr. Chairman, I think it is important to put a mechanism in which, like you said, some are saying they graduated as early as 2012. I think we need to have a transparent mechanism that of showing when you are recruiting, surely you trained somebody as a teacher, they graduated more than 10 years ago, and you're employing another one who just graduated last year. They have not even, and that is happening, Mr. Chairman. I want to confirm. I know it does happen. I think we need to have a transparent mechanism of ensuring that there is the fairness that we have been talking about, and that is what is required of us. Mr. Chairman, that was I want to speak to the issue of stagnation. I had already spoken about it, that we need to revisit the issue of the service schemes, the schemes of service, sorry. Mr. Chairman, there is already a cabinet paper which I found under preparation to address the issue of wellness and you know, the whole area of wellness in the place of work for public servants. And you know, if again I find favor, I intend to push it through. Mr. Chairman, I think it is maybe the Kenyan who asked this question that PAC attempting to increase or adjust the salaries of members of parliament during my tenure as a chairman of PAC. This is without foundation. Parliament never did that, and I know, Mr. Chairman, is because many Kenyans confuse several issues. When members raise the issue of mileage claims, people out there say, oh, they are increasing their salaries. When members raise the issue of sitting allowance, some people out there would say members are increasing their salary. We are so clear that the mandate to regularly review and set the salaries and remuneration of state officers is a function exclusively under Article 230 reserved to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. So it's not possible that we ever did anything like that. I'm sure maybe that is a bit of misinformation. The same would apply the issue about the CS for Public Service Commission vis-a-vis the SRC. We know the clear, delineation between what the SRC is supposed to do with regard to advising on the salaries and remuneration of people serving in the public service who are not state officers. So again, there can be no area of overlap or confusion between the CS for public service and the SRC. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
The very last, the issue of civil servants with fake documents or fake certificates. If you find favor, what are you planning to do to eradicate fraud in public employment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a matter that I think I've seen already some reports that indicate that there were a number of public servants who are found to have secured employment fraudulently using forged documents, academic or otherwise. Mr. Chairman, I think this is criminal. I think to send a clear message to those who are involved or may have been involved, the best thing is to have them arrested and prosecuted, because we must send a clear message that crime does not pay to everybody. So everybody seeking employment in the public service using fraudulent documents should be prepared that when they are found, they will face the full force of the law.
Thank you, nominee. I'll ask you the last three mundane questions. Have you been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
I resigned way back 2022, Mr. Chairman.
What is your net worth?
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Chairman. My current net worth is just slightly over 800 million. When I appeared before you in 2022,
yes,
my net worth at that time was about 761 million.
Mm-hmm.
So we have under a slight adjustment of about 5.6%, 5.68% to 801.
That is
761 to 801.
To 801.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaker.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you know, 761 to 801 is a growth of 40 million.
Yes.
I have seen Senior Counsel Ben Nasir, who is a lawyer like yourself, ask that for all these years, you are only able to have a net worth of 761, then in less than 2 years, 40 million. What would you say to Ahmed Nasir? Because I know the answer myself, but maybe you can say something to him as a lawyer.
No, because I haven't been practicing, I cannot even answer it in that regard. But of course, we began in very, very junior levels in the public service.
Do you know how much you were earning? 2,400.
Yes.
You remember?
Yes.
That was our take home.
Yes.
We were appointed on the same day.
We were appointed on the same day with the chairman. And
yes.
As magistrates, and you know, that's what we used to take home. So when somebody looks at the length of time that we've worked, part of it, and I did indicate that I put in a cool slightly over 15 years when we're earning those kind of meager salaries. So, yes. Well, for me, I think, Mr. Chairman, it's just to show that I've been a very modest civil servant or public servant.
Chair, maybe yes. What I wanted my former speaker to tell the Senior Counsel Ben Nasir, that even with your 2,200 salary then, a property you bought in Kanyuambora then at maybe 12,000 is today worth close to 60 million shillings. There's time value for money and values keep changing.
Even this is just adjustment. Most of it is just adjustment in valuation of some small property that I have in the village, and some little bit of farming activities that I do.
Okay, Speaker Emeritus, nominee, we are done with you. We have checked your documents and found them to be in order, corresponding with what we have. We'll ask the sergeant to pass them on to you, and unless you are, I think also the memoranda sent out to you, you adequately responded to all of them. So unless you are otherwise lawfully held, you are discharged to go to your other duties. And face the mountain and pray to find favor.
Honorable Speaker, you know when you speak
the Chairman, I just wanted to give, this is gratuitous. I just wanted to give, for the benefit of staff, something I call an exit scorecard of my 20 months and 15 days at the State Law Office.
Give it to us. And hold on, Majority Leader was saying
I was saying on a light note, I can confirm the Honorable J.B. MUTURI does not pray facing the mountain. He's a very good Anglican. He does not go to the mountain. There are other people who are known for the mountain, not
Yes.
J.B.
We pray to only one God.
Morogara has a different knowledge. Your private life is not in audit, you may leave.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and honorable members.
Yes.
I've enjoyed this engagement, and as you said, Mr. Chairman, should I find favor, I will still be ready to come back to the House and account for what I'll be doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night. Members, the clerk needs 10 minutes to change files. So you
Sawa. Nimeweka pikeki yangu. Ulirudisha huku, ulirudisha hapa nikaingiza. Nani? Ile kuna joto.
Sergeant, bring the nominee. Good evening. Welcome to this committee. For the record, you are Ms. Stella Soy Chepkoech Langat.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Good. Welcome to this committee on appointments, charged with the responsibility of engaging persons nominated by His Excellency the President to hold public office, including cabinet secretaries, and we have a communication. You are nominated for cabinet secretary for gender, culture, arts, and heritage. And if you find favor with this committee after engagement, then it will recommend your suitability, because our duty is to find whether you are suitable or unsuitable for the job for which you are nominated. The committee consists of members that you can see here. And before we engage, we'll ask you to take an oath. You are going to give your statement on oath. You may choose to take an oath on the Bible or the Holy Quran or the Holy Book of Hindus. Which one do you choose?
The Bible.
Bible. So be upstanding, take the Bible with your right hand and recite the oath before you. Can you move to closer to the mic so that you can be heard on record?
I, Stella Chepkoech Soy Langat, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under this consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
You may take your seat and sign to the oath. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly and Chairman of this committee. On my right is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Boss. My left is Sarah Kyoko, our Deputy Clerk, and I'll invite members to introduce themselves for the record.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Nishungwa.
Nelson Koech, Belgut.
David Kosing, Pokot South.
Emase, introduction.
MSMEs, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daoud, North Imenti Meru.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka.
Owen Bayer, MP Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, Balambala.
Mishiboko Likoni.
Rehab Mokami, Nyeri County.
Caleb Saboti.
Stella, for purposes of the conduct of this hearing, we'll be referring to you as nominee. All right? We will start off by inviting you to introduce yourself, but before that, pass on your original documents in your possession to the clerk to cross-check with the documents we have on you. So start by introducing yourself by name, educational background, work experience, any key competencies that make you feel you are suitable for the appointment to which you have been nominated by His Excellency the President.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, and honorable members of the vetting committee. Allow me to express my gratitude to His Excellency the President for nominating me to this position of the Cabinet Secretary, Gender, Arts, Culture, and Heritage. Indeed, Honorable Chair, this nomination...
Refer to me as Chairman or Speaker. I'm not a chair.
I am sorry, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to express my appreciation, Honorable Speaker, to His Excellency the President for this opportunity to serve as a Cabinet Secretary. And indeed, this nomination is a great honor to the women of Kericho and the women of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will proceed straight on to introduce myself. My name is Stella Chepkoech Soilangat. I was born and brought up in the Greater Kericho County in a family of 9 siblings, and I'm a third born in the family. I went to school in Meswanda Primary School. I went to secondary school at the Tengecha High School for my O-levels. I went to Kipsigis Girls for my A-levels, the last group of A-levels, and I proceeded to the Nairobi University, where I did...
The University of Nairobi.
University of Nairobi, yes. The university chair. Yes. Chairman. I am a holder of a master's degree in public administration, and I've attended several other capacity building trainings from the Kenya School of Government and other institutions. Honorable Chair, Honorable Chairman.
Can call me chairman or speaker?
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker is Isha, Chairman.
Go ahead. Go on.
I have also had various capacity building trainings in areas of mediation, in areas of conflict management, in areas of peace building, and I've served in the public service for a period of 29 years, serving in the central government in various ministries, starting from the State Department of Public Service. I've served in the Labor Department, and Honorable Chair, I was privileged to be part of the team that was setting up the State Department of Gender when it was being in the process of transition. That was in the 2004 at the Department of Social Services, Sports, and Culture. Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, I hope I will not be penalized for calling you the wrong name. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, no, go on.
Let me stick to the Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir.
Go on. Nobody will penalize you. Go on.
Thank you very much. I'll try and much as possible not to repeat it again. So, Honorable Speaker, I've built a career in the public administration, working in several ministries, and I have captured, I've been able to go through building capacity. My capacity has been built as a career administrator, and I have served different ministries. I have also served in the public administration, field administration, covering 3 regions, that is the Rift Valley. I have served in the Eastern region. I have served in Nyanza and South Rift Valley. Mr. Speaker, I have also been involved in institutional building. I was privileged while working in the Office of the Attorney General to be part of a team who was setting up the Witness Protection Agency, which was actually a very unique institution. It is one of its kind in East and Central Africa. And I want to believe, Mr. Speaker, that gave me an opportunity also to interact with issues of gender-based violence and the need to protect witnesses for purposes of ensuring that there is success in the prosecution and also to strengthen the administrative justice system. Mr. Speaker, sir, in my journey of duty, I've been part of the team who was setting up the county governments. I was privileged to be the first interim county secretary for the Narrow County government. I also participated in strengthening the structure and function of the county government in Bomet County. And I have also participated in issues of ensuring that cows are protected from repugnant cultural practices while serving in the county government of Bomet, while setting up the Bomet East sub-county. And those experiences, Honorable Speaker, have given me, have assisted me in building resilience and also interacting with the environments where gender-based violence is rampant and where interventions are required to strengthen the fight against gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think my experience in field administration has assisted me in terms of building resilience, building courage, and also building hard work and sacrifice, which are actually the pertinent ingredients for leadership in this particular field that I am nominated to serve. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Excellent. Nominee, now we'll invite members to ask you some questions, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Ms. Langat, I would like to ask you just one question, which has been something that has been a subject of debate among the women of Kenya. And this is on the implementation of the two-thirds gender principle, which has been very elusive, despite several attempts to pass the law in the country, in the parliament, has not succeeded. And I know that your predecessor also had it on her desk. How do you think you will approach the ongoing challenges in implementing the two-thirds gender principle to make it a reality for the women of Kenya? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable member. The items on two-third gender rule are actually envisaged by our Constitution under Article 27, where the Constitution considered that for successful mainstreaming of gender in leadership, in electoral positions and appointee positions, there is need for the government to come up with legislation to facilitate and to operationalize what is provided under the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, the particular item that we are discussing on the two-third gender rule is a big challenge, and the State Department, in which I have nominated, have come up with initiatives. And as we are sitting in this room, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am aware that there are initiatives under the Gender Inequality Commissions and proposals to initiate issues on amendment of the Constitution to address the gaps which have not been addressed under the legislation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm aware also that the issues of two-third gender rule is a big challenge, especially in leadership under the National Assembly and appointee positions, because we are lacking the legislative platform where operationalizing the two-third gender rule is supposed to be guided through. Under the county government, we are advantaged because of the provision of the County Government Act, which gives very, very strict guidelines on how to mainstream issues of two-third gender rule under the county government. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe the members seated in this room will be persuaded to assist the department where I'm supposed to go and serve, if approved by this committee, so that we engage in terms of coming up with relevant legislations that will assist all of us to mainstream two-third gender rule, not only in the elective positions, but also in appointive positions, like where I have been as a career public administrator. Thank you, Chair.
Just something, Honorable Chair. I was hoping that you would tell me something more radical, like that you'll advise the President to dissolve Parliament, since there is already a live advisory opinion from Justice Maraga, the former Chief Justice, on the President's desk for failure to do this. So maybe you need to crack the whip. Thank you.
Can I add something, Chair?
Are you sure you want to dissolve the people vetting you?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, sir.
That's a joke. You don't have to respond to it.
I just want to mention something, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you will allow me. What the Honorable Member has mentioned about the dissolving the Assembly, Mr. Speaker, sir, there is already existing goodwill from the top leadership in the executive. And this is actually demonstrated by the number of women who have been nominated to participate in this current cabinet. So I think the goodwill is there. What we just need is to go deeper and engage with the honorable members in the National Assembly to give the President support in actualizing the two-third gender rule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, you'll pass. Coach.
Mine is on FGM and early marriage, Madam Nominee. And given the persistent nature of social cultural norms that perpetuate harmful practices, such as FGM, forced marriage, and child marriage, what specific strategies and policies do you propose to challenge and dismantle these discriminatory practices? Additionally, how do you plan to engage with community leaders and stakeholders to foster cultural change, ensure protection and empowerment of women and girls, and support them in overcoming barriers to economic participation?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the member for asking that very pertinent question. The issue of FGM and early marriages, in my experience and interaction in field administration, Honorable Chair, these are issues which are emanating from the levels of poverty in our communities. Most of the communities that I've interacted with, Honorable Chair, FGM, yeah. Mr. Speaker, sir. Most of the communities where FGM and early marriages are rampant are communities where the poverty index is very high, and girls are actually considered as an investment. So, Honorable Speaker, to address the issue of FGM and early marriages, we need to address poverty in our communities by empowering men and women, and more especially the men, because for a successful girl to progress and grow to be a person to be dependent on by a society, it takes a man. I'm a daughter, Mr. Speaker, of a mechanic, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, without the support of a father, a male figure in a family, women cannot do much in terms of empowerment and protection of girls. The second thing, Honorable Speaker, is addressing the issue of facilitating the girls to ensure that there is access to education by ensuring that each community have a school which the girls can be able to access, and also supporting the girls by giving them the required items like sanitary towels so that they are able to transit from puberty to higher levels in education. Honorable Speaker, also we need to strengthen the women who are actually, they are the women who are actually earning a living from being the perpetuators of FGM by giving them alternative means of income through economic empowerment. And one area where we can help these women is to allow them and to access funds through the normal arrangements that we have right now under the Kenya Kwanza administration. We have Hustler Fund. We also have Women Women Enterprise Fund. So we can empower these communities so that they get alternative sources and forget about our girls, because the only way to protect girls are to protect the perpetrators who are using the girls for economic gains. And finally, Honorable Speaker, is to create awareness among the societies, the communities where FGM is rampant. And I'm counting on the members in this room. As I listen to the introductions, I could assign every community where girls are experiencing the FGM so that we have concerted efforts and help these girls together through the bursaries that the members sitting in this room are administering, so that we bring down the rates of early marriages and FGM in our country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, nominee. We'll take
Honorable Speaker,
yes.
I have a follow-up question regarding the two-third gender rule, and I want to ask the nominee, are you aware there was a report in the Parliament and the multi-sectoral working groups on two-third gender rule, and the report is already in the Parliament? Are you aware about that? Because I didn't hear you mentioning that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am aware of the task force that was working on, I believe the Honorable Chair is talking about the NATCO report. Is that the one, Honorable Chair? Maybe that, if that is the one, I'm aware. And I thought it was an item which was still under discussion. And maybe the leader of business in the National Assembly will be able to share the same. And I believe now it is still an item still under consideration. And since the honorable member who has mentioned it is part of a team in the National Assembly, I would also persuade her and other women, other honorable women leaders in this House to also support the same, because I believe if we succeed in that proposal, it might be a game changer for the life of the girl and women in this country. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Passing, you'll pass. Gikaria.
Just for introduction, my name is Gikaria. Pass.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman.
Yes, Naisula.
Thank you. To the nominee, I have a very simple question. Gender is mostly misconstrued to be about women and girls, while I also think it is about boys and men. And we're seeing a lot of challenges which especially our young men and boys are going through. I want to know, if approved by this committee and the National Assembly, what measures will you put in place to ensure that our boys and young men are also taken care of? And finally, your views on femicide and rape, which has become rampant.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Honorable Member who has just asked the question. Those are actually very pertinent issues in our society now. The issue of the boy child and the men is actually one of the emerging gender issues in our communities. As we sit together in this room this afternoon, everybody is aware, every member seated here could be knowing of a case of a boy, either in your neighborhood, either a friend, a child of a friend, or a child of a sister who has gotten involved in issues of drug and substance abuse, cases of mental health, cases of broken marriage relationships. And when you look deep into the issues, Honorable Chair, the issue of the poor child is actually in a crisis situation. Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, if you go down the streets in this town, in this city, the number of boys who form part of the street families, you realize that the number of boys in the street family is actually on the increase. When you go to the mental health centers, you find the number of boys also is very high. Cases of femicide that we all witnessed in the recent past, it is our boys who are involved. So I think, Honorable Speaker, as a government, we need to come up with deliberate efforts targeting the boy child, starting from issues of drug and substance abuse, by starting to take most of them which are affected to rehab centers, and move a step higher to give them a reorientation and even train them in areas of their interest. We can take them to TVETs, where they can train in areas of where they have technical interests, so that these boys can also be empowered and be made to be useful and to have a gainful engagement, and also to encourage them to start families. Because right now, Honorable Speaker, the empowered girl that we have in our homes today, they have no husbands. Because the boys who are supposed to marry them, they are in drugs, they are involved in femicide because maybe they were disappointed by one woman.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I just want to caution on statements, especially where you're talking about, they need to be married and all these statements. Be very careful on the words you use. Some of young people do not necessarily want to marry at all. Number two, there's a statement that you've used, and someone has sent me a furious message saying that she needs to be careful because you say without support of a father figure, women can do little to succeed. She's saying she is a daughter of a single mother.
Actually, since it was my question, Chairman,
yes.
I under your guidance, what you have been saying is that we are not looking for lamentation. I asked for measures and what we are going to do in case you are approved.
Yes, Robert?
Yeah, I also want to caution because she just said that on the matters of femicides, our boys that are involved, and without evidence, you can't really accuse anyone.
That is also true, nominee. Nominee, you are before this committee to demonstrate that if you find favor and His Excellency appoints you, what is your vision? You know, the questions you are being asked is not about general knowledge. It's about if you become the cabinet secretary in this docket, what are you going to do about the plight of the boy child? What are you going to do about femicide? What are you going to do about all the things you have been asked, FGM and so on? So people, members of the public and this team are looking to you to demonstrate your vision for the country and what you can do to improve the space to which the president has nominated you to be. So avoid generalities and histrionics.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and sorry for the deviation. I want to just add something, Honorable Speaker, that most of the areas that honorable members are asked, they are areas also of research, which I might not have information, I might not have the data, but I could be having general knowledge. And since, Honorable Chair, I'm not an expert, I withdraw my sentiments, and I beg the honorable members to give me an opportunity to continue with the presentation.
We'll go to Owen.
Just a quick one, Honorable, so I can also give guidance. I think, I mean, we would like to see what are the policies, what are the policy gaps in the gender sector? What are the legislative gaps in the gender sector? And the other areas that you've been nominated to. You're not just in gender, you're also in culture and something else. Culture, arts, and heritage. Yes. The heritage part is quite important for this nation, but I haven't heard you actually say anything about heritage and what are the issues that we need. Probably I need to ask you, what are the issues in heritage? How are we going? Gede Ruins has been given a title now as one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites. How is that important to this country? And there are many areas where we have these UNESCO Heritage Sites, but the people there are very poor. They have not had any impact on this world classification in terms of heritage. What is it that you're going to do in culture? You know, in terms of performance arts, in terms of young people, content creation, and all that. If you give us that, we'll be able to see, yeah, you really can help this country in the cabinet. I don't have a question. Thank you.
Good. George, no? Mary, you'll pass? I pass. You'll pass. Robert?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. As a nation, we have toyed with the idea of a national dress for a very, very long time. But we are still stuck in formal wear that is foreign, even during our national events or social engagements. In fact, you can see that when we are doing all this work, we've all been in suits and ties. And even our parliament, we have to be in suits and ties. What do you have to say about that on issues of dress? The Kenyan dress.
Chair, with the gender ministry, that I cannot pass, I have to say something. And my question, one will be on the gender-based violence. And I'm looking on how are you going to do some intervention, because the cases are rising each and every day, especially in the rural setup. And one of the reasons is because there's still some tradition. When these cases happen, the family feels that if we go report, we're exposing our daughters. and become a challenge to that daughter to receive some justice. On the same breath, we have seen what is happening in our police stations when these cases are reported. The evidence on some cases have been confiscated, and maybe sometimes the evidence are not there, are not even taken to the courts, and it becomes a very big challenge for these daughters of ours to get some justice. I want just to get from our nominee, what kind of intervention, or rather mitigation, are you really going to do? Because we have good laws, sexual offense bill, we have the victim protection bill, and so many others. But still, each and every day, we are seeing these cases. And it's shocking that you can even see a father raping a daughter, a brother raping a sister. It is really very, very sad, Honorable Chairman. My second question, it is about the issue of our culture and heritage. And I see we have a challenge, especially in preserving and promoting our cultural heritage. Knowing that as a country in Kenya, we are rich in cultural heritage. I'm looking on how are we protecting our right. For instance, the patent right on our kiondo, for instance, from the Kamba land. That kiondo from the Kamba land, that ushanga from the Ma community, and those regalia from the Pokot and the Turkana. These are all culture. This country is high time that we need to know, how are we showcasing our culture? Do we have a cultural day? Maybe so that all our communities can just come together. We have like a celebration and we showcase where we came from as Africans, as Kenyans, and where we are. Because this is one way even to promote tourism. Because I mean, people will just come on that cultural day and just come to see what Kenya has. So I want to say that we need to tap those available opportunities in terms of culture, art, and national heritage. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, I had not prepared to ask, but Speaker, no, just a moment. I wish you listen to me, Speaker. I said I did not have a question, but I just had an opportunity to peruse a CV, and I noticed something very unprecedented with the civil, the officer in public office. The nominee, you've not gotten...
On which page?
From page 13, basically on her experience and the position she has held, all the way to 21, actually all the way to 23. Not arranged in chronological manner, but from 23, she has served in so many positions across so many ministries, county governments, parastatals. There is no any promotion in one single ministry. So it begs the question, why are you not promoted from where you are? You are always going to another organization, another office, another either county government. Sometimes you are exchanging. Yeah, so I just wanted to know why.
No, I think you're reading it wrong. Yes, because if you look at it from page 20, if you start with page 23, which is the father as far back, she was a personnel officer. Then she rose to a district officer 3. Then she rose to assistant secretary. Then she rose to assistant secretary again in the finance division. Yes. And then
I think Caleb never worked in the public service, so he doesn't understand it.
No. I think you didn't get my question. At least if you work in the Ministry of Interior, for example, you will rise up. If it's Division 1, you go to Division 2. My question is that all these organizations, there's no any single workplace you've risen up. You're always going to the next.
If Assistant Secretary 1, and then at the Ministry of Defense, she was a senior assistant secretary and personal assistant to the permanent secretary. That's a rise.
You could let her
secretary is a rise. No, I think you're being disparaging of women.
Then let the nominee respond. It's just a simple question.
Chairman, point of order. Chairman, just to add on what Caleb has just said, I've also observed that she has been working on a very short period of time. Short period. If you just look, maybe we need to understand why, for instance, Minister of Labor, 2005 to June 2008. And there's one, no, there is one which was very short.
Be fair to the nominee in public service order.
Yeah, we just need to understand maybe that trend. We just need to understand.
In public service, Honorable Mishi,
we need to understand.
I'm not defending the nominee, she will answer. But in public service, no servant chooses where to work. You can be rotated around anywhere. I was a magistrate for only 8 months, and I worked in 5 stations. I don't know what you would say about that. Nominee, you've had the questions, including Caleb Amis's question, that you seem to have been marking time in your positions of appointment, and you suffered regular transfers and change of places of work.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to start from the last question so that I clear the air. Honorable Speaker, maybe also to shed some light on the operation of a public service, where I've served for 29 years, Honorable Speaker. In the public service, there is what we call rotation of staff. And in the career, as a career administrator, you can only work in one station for not more than 3 years. I believe that one is clear, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, go on.
And that is a career that you don't just move from one level to another. There are requirements to move from one job grade to another, especially in administration. There are required training, capacity building for you to be allowed to move from one grade to another. So, Honorable Speaker, I started working as an assistant secretary, which is equivalent to DO3 in field administration. I rose to the level of assistant secretary 2. I moved again to 1. I moved again to senior assistant secretary. I moved again to under secretary. I moved again, if you can follow my CV, to senior deputy secretary, where I served for a very long time. And the equivalent position in the field is Deputy County Commissioner 2. So,
which in the old system would be a DC?
DC, which is senior DC. So, Honorable Speaker, the working of a public service is complex, and I appreciate the questions from the members. And like in the first phase that you can see in my CV, I've worked in 3 different state departments.
Move to another question.
Yes. So I believe I've...
Address the question by Owen, then the question by Mishi, and the question by Robert.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to answer the questions from the question of the UNESCO historical sites, which was asked by one of the honorable members. And I want to report that the Republic of Kenya was privileged to be part of the countries whose one site was approved by the UNESCO in the 2024. That is the Kedi ruins as historical sites under preservation and maintenance by the UNESCO, under the UNESCO protocol. So I wanted to just add also on issues of performing artists. Performing artists in the Republic of Kenya are actually assisted through the Kenya Cultural Center, where we have the National Theatre with a comprehensive setup of other facilities which are assisting our performing artists to be able to exploit their talents and develop them and be able to have a gainful, they are able to participate in the economic field where they are able to exhibit, they are able to perform locally and internationally. Our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, recognizes culture as a foundation of our nation and also as an area where it needs to be preserved and promoted by the nation. And our Constitution recognizes and promotes and recommends that the state should promote issues of cultural heritage, covering issues of our literature, our performing artists, our music, communication, and indigenous, traditional indigenous technologies. It also recognizes that our country is rich in science and indigenous knowledge that needs to be preserved in terms of food preservation, medicine that our communities are able to use, and they are able to earn a living from those cultural practices. Honorable Speaker, there was a question also on the national dress. I want to report that the issue of the national dress is a very key item in building Kenya and promoting our local industries and also promoting our culture. The issue of national dress, Honorable Speaker, is one of the items that were presented in the meeting under the State Department during an Naivasha meeting, which was held last year. And there was a report, and there is a task force that has been constituted to be able to come up with a national dress through a consultative process where we can be able to have a national dress that can be acceptable by all the communities of this republic. And because the challenge that we have had in this past, Mr. Honorable Speaker, is having a national dress in a very diverse community, with very diverse communities like the ones we have in our republic, is a big challenge. So unless we have concerted efforts, it will not be possible to have a national dress that belongs to one community. I think that is what I submit for that particular question, Honorable Speaker.
Go to Honorable Mishi. Mishi, was it on gender-based violence?
Yes. Yes, on gender-based violence.
Yes,
Honorable
go ahead.
Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On gender-based violence and the interventions that I would be able to bring on board if approved by this committee. Honorable Speaker, gender-based violence in our republic is still a very big challenge. And currently we are doing around 36 and 47% cases are reported in our republic arising from issues of gender-based violence. Honorable Speaker, to be able to stabilize and create an environment, an equitable environment free from discrimination and violence, it is our priority, Honorable Speaker, to empower the communities by creating awareness in our villages to all men and women, through our village elders, through the Council of Elders by shaping the perceptions. Because most of the areas that we are having issues of gender-based violence are areas where we have issues like female genital mutilation, early marriages, dropouts of school.
Chair, maybe on a point of order, maybe the nominee did not really get what the Mishi was asking. There are so many cases even of femicide. You must have seen the case in Kware here in Embakasi, where the target were basically young women and largely younger women. You've seen the one in Ruiru, you saw the one in Roysambu, the cases in around the Airbnb space where young girls are being enticed to come into apartments and they end up getting hurt, some getting killed. Would want to hear what are your thoughts on what, as a minister in charge of gender and also culture, what you would do to inculcate values in our young children and our young girls and young women on how they need to carry themselves in society. How do you avoid such things? That's what we would want to hear, your vision of how you would want to carry out that kind of work to make sure that nobody is taking advantage of young women in this country to go and harm or kill them.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to appreciate the member for making interventions. And I want to say this, Honourable Chair. The recent cases of femicides is an area that really needs research and documentation because it is happening at different areas and it is perpetuated by different persons. So issues of mental health is one area that research needs to be done. Issues of empowerment, issues of counseling of young people, and issues of family challenges that could be witnessed by, that could be happening or being experienced by members of our community. So, Honourable Chair, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to, given an opportunity, I would wish to strengthen the investigative arm of the police, where we are having gender desk cases being reported, so that cases of femicide or cases of gender-based violence can be dealt with, and also strengthen the role of the Witness Protection Agency, because this is a very gray area where we could even be having people who know what could have happened, but since there is no strong protection system for witnesses, it can also be a challenge to get investigation and get to the root of the matter in cases of femicide.
You should also respond to the question from Robert Mbui was on the arts and the creative space, and his question was very simple. If you get favor and you become the cabinet secretary, what will you do to support, promote, and protect our artists? Isn't that your question, Robert? Or who asked that? Oh, that was Owen Bayer. You haven't answered that, to the best of my understanding. There is also a question from Mishimboga about patenting our heritage products like Ushanga, like Kiondo, and so on. If you find favor again, what will you do to protect our local innovations that reflect our culture? Mishi, that was your question as well?
Yes, that was my question.
Yes.
And maybe, Speaker, you'll give me time. Just maybe
let her answer those first,
It is on the same perspective, the one which I asked about when the cases are being taken to the police, because that is the first station. You report the cases of GBV.
She said she will strengthen police investigations.
No, I just want to say something very crucial,
yes,
which has just happened recently. You know, I cannot see properly, but just recently our CG Kome had opened some two courts at Siaya and Kisumu, and specifically for gender-based violence. And he also instructed that we need to have specialized police officers who are going to be fast-tracking some cases of GBV. So I just wanted to put that information.
There is already a police policy that if a young girl who has been brutalized goes to the police station, her report and statement is recorded by a female police officer and not a male police officer. But
gender desks.
Go on and answer those questions. I'm not the nominee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for repeating the question again. And in every police station, under the gender mainstreaming program, we have gender desks where all cases of gender-based violence are reported. And they are picked up from there by the prosecutors. And if there are any witnesses that needs to be protected for purposes of successful prosecution of cases, they are referred to the Witness Protection Agency for protection to ensure that there is successful prosecution of the perpetrators of the crime. So the biggest challenge that we have had in the past is most of the gender desks are manned by women. So when we have cases of men, it becomes a challenge. So if I succeed to become the cabinet secretary for the same department, I will endeavor to ensure that the gender is mainstream in this desk so that we don't have only women. We also have men.
Have no issues. There are enough male police in police stations to deal with the cases. So those ones are not a big problem, nominee. You can go to the next on support, promotion, and protection of artists.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On protection of the performing artists, we have the Kenya Copyright Board, whose role is to protect and facilitate issues of the copyright and protecting our artists from pirates, and also to ensure that they get what they are entitled through payment of royalties. On issues of promotion, Honorable Speaker, under the Kenya Cultural Center, we have an arrangement where all performing artists are facilitated through mentorship programs, through provision of the required equipments under the National Theatre, where they can be able to practice, and also they can be exposed to markets locally and internationally. There was also another question on issues of communities where we have performing artists and the need to commercialize their activities, if I got it right. So, Honorable Speaker, this is an item that really need additional strengthening so that in every county we have a cultural center where all the communities can be able to bring up their artifacts and can be able to share and can be able to exhibit to visitors, whether they are local visitors or visitors who are coming from foreign countries, and they can be able to earn a living and also preserve the artifacts and also preserve the cultural and historical sites. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A matter of interest, nominee, how many, apart from Gedi ruins, how many other World Heritage Sites do we have in Kenya?
Currently, we have 8 sites. The eighth one was just registered this year. That is, the Kedi ruins was the additional we had from the 7 that we had in the past.
Which are those?
We have the Fort Jesus, we have the Kaya Forest, we have the lakes in the 4 lakes in the Great Rift Valley. We also have a site in Kisumu called at Touch Ohinga. Touch Ohinga site.
Okay, thank you. Members? Russell?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll just ask one quick question. Madam Soy, my question is on museums. You know, museums is about our history, our culture, our heritage. But over the years, there have been very little investment or movement towards preserving the museums. If you are favored with this appointment, what are you going to do about the museums? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Can you respond?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. About the museums and the monuments, this is the main focus of the Kenya Kwanza administration, and it is actually scheduled that all the artifacts that were taken away from this country are going to be brought back to the National Museum. And plans are already underway to strengthen the role of the museums in championing the repatriation of our stolen artifacts. And Honorable Speaker, the museum and the Kenya National Museum is a priority agency under the State Department in terms of even the provision of a budgetary provision so that it is able to run its activities. So it is in the interest of the nation that the Kenya Museum has been reformed so that we continue attracting tourists who are visiting the country to be able to enjoy the preserved national heritage and artifacts that we have in our National Museum, including the documentation of our history as a country. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Owen?
Big one. Sorry, I know I'm taking away time, but I want to say this if you allow me. If you go to Vatican today, there are hordes of people. You don't even find space. They just come to see 1 or 2 artifacts, you know. You go to a lot of these countries out there, it is what drives tourism, you know. But in this country, the National Museum here, I don't know whether you've checked the numbers. The cradle of mankind is here in Kenya. The Gede ruins is actually abandoned. It's almost dead, you know, though it has gotten UNESCO. Lamu is rich in heritage. It's actually it's a UNESCO thing. The Kaya forests, they're almost becoming extinct. We would like to hear your vision, apart from just telling us what they are. What is your vision in tying tourism, numbers, revenue generation, and museums in this country should not continue to get money from exchequer. They should generate resources. But they are not doing that. The Jumba ruins in Mtwapa is one of those big things that people used to come to. But now all the land is gone. It is grabbed. It's only the skeleton that is remaining there. Old Town in Mombasa would be the place. Fort Jesus would be the place that would drive the tourism in Mombasa. And the revenues that would be coming in would be big. But we haven't, Vasco da Gama and Malindi, we haven't had your vision. We would like to hear, what is your vision to drive the national heritage, the culture, in bringing in income, because that's what Kenya Kwanza is about, generating income through the heritage that we have. We haven't seen that. Ms. Soy, kindly let us know what you think. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the member for really bringing out what needs to be done in the Department of Culture and National Heritage. Honorable Speaker, Vatican has been mentioned, and issues of perception and marketing is a very big issue in our country in terms of selling our country. Branding the country is a very big issue, and I would want to say, Honorable Speaker, I think we need to do more. I want to share this very exciting news that this country has received an opportunity, an international opportunity for our president to profile the country in terms of our culture and our national heritage in a national annual event in Germany. And this is an opportunity to brand ourselves. This is an opportunity to sell our country, to expose what we have in terms of our rich heritage, our food, our language, and our artifacts, and everything that relates to our culture. Honorable Chair, I believe this will be a launching pad for this administration so that we can have a replica of the same with other countries, so that we can market our country and market our people and the rich heritage that we have as a country. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to mention something also about the communities. Before we go outside to market ourselves, we also need to sensitize our communities so that every community can have a cultural center. They can bring their artifacts and all issues related to their heritage, the rich language, and also can be documented so that in the future when our parents and our great-grandparents are not there to explain the rich heritage and the culture that we had, it can be accessed in a digital platform. Honorable Speaker, when you visit other countries, you find areas of cultural sites are being developed in a way that the sites are preserved and we reduce unregulated visits so that the environment where our sites are can be preserved for future, and also so that we can continuously commercialize our heritage for ourselves and for posterity, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, nominee. I think, members, I want to bring this to an end. I'll just ask you one last question on behalf of this committee. If you find favor, and I already asked you this, we have had ministries in charge of this docket since independence. If you find favor and you become the minister in this docket for our gender, arts, culture, heritage, what is it that you bring on board that is different from what others have been doing to grow and enrich the space that you are going to occupy for the benefit of the people of Kenya?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
In 2 minutes.
As I come to this space, Honorable Chair, I carry with me a wealth of experience in issues of gender, in issues of cross-cultural exposure and appreciating the national diversity of our country. Honorable Chair, if allowed to be in this space, I will do my best to ensure that there is transparency and accountability in the management of the Kenya Copyright Board, which is the lifeline for our performing artists. I will do my best, Honorable Chair, as I come with the principles as I come with the values and principles that guides a career civil servant. I will ensure that there is fair competition and in the appointment and promotion of staff working in these environments.
Thank you, nominee. I'll ask you 3 last mundane questions. Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No, Honorable Speaker.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No, Honorable Speaker.
What is your net worth?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My net worth is about 70 million Kenya shillings, ranging from assets, homes, pieces of land, a few cows, and some orchard, avocado orchard, and a few shares and securities. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Lastly, on page 3 of your documents, you say you went to the Nairobi University. I want to remind you that I'm an alumni of the University of Nairobi, and I hope that's where you went.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I actually went to the University
of
Nairobi.
Yes, we have no Nairobi University in this country.
It is just the university.
The University of Nairobi. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Stella. We have had a good interactive engagement. We'll ask the Sergeant, we have looked at your documents and what we have in our possession, they correspond. And there were only 4 memoranda sent on you, and you responded to all of them. So we now release you to go back to your other duties and have a good evening.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes.
And I look forward to successful vetting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And escort the distinguished lady out of the chamber. Honorable members, order. Shuria, take your seat. Owen, take your seat. My temporary whip, take your seat. Honorable members, thank you very much to all of you for the tremendous industry commitment and the tenacity you have demonstrated in the last 4 days. Idi Amin was once asked why he blows his trumpet, and he told the journalists, "Who else do you expect to blow it? It's mine." So, so you can blow your trumpet. As your chairman, I want to congratulate you that we have had 4 grueling days free of any incident, free of any ugly and unhelpful exchanges, interviewing the nominees with respect, decorum, but nonetheless extreme depth and incisive questioning. That is the way to go, and that is the future. If you look at the messages on all your phones, actually the public is seeing a difference, that you have even let them participate in this process by receiving their questions, their comments, their concerns, and relaying them to the nominees. We will now adjourn the sitting, and the members, minus the media, you will be expected here tomorrow at 2:30 to have a closed door meeting in furtherance of the same process. I'll advise the clerk also to tomorrow limit the number of staff you'll bring here, so that you bring those who are absolutely necessary for tomorrow's proceedings. Thank you and have a good night.
A new window into Kamala Harris's fast-track presidential campaign. The vice president speaking on a call with donors just a short time ago. CNN's MJ Lee has details from the White House. What are you learning about this call, MJ?
Yeah, the vice president called into a meeting of her National Finance Committee this afternoon where she thanked some of the top donors to the party for their support. I spoke with one donor who was on that call, and they said that the call was really about the vice president and top campaign officials sort of laying out their vision for the 100-plus days that are now left until Election Day. They made clear that when it comes to the vice president's calendar, of course, a key priority is going to be the vice president traveling to these key battleground states. They also made clear that they are quickly reshuffling her schedule and the events on her calendar, given her new role that is now just 5 days old.
I'm ready. Let's go. We're going to have some fun with this, too, aren't we? We are not playing around.
A whirlwind 5 days for Kamala Harris, who is swiftly marching towards the Democratic nomination for president. Since President Joe Biden's decision to drop out of the 2024 race, Harris working at breakneck speed to raise a stunning amount of cash, lock in major Democratic endorsements like this one on Friday.
We called to say Michelle and I couldn't be prouder to endorse you.
And hitting the road to court voters who will determine the outcome of the 2024 election.
You helped elect Joe Biden, President of the United States, and me as the first woman Vice President of the United States.
Harris also turning to weighty matters of foreign policy this week in her first days as a presidential candidate.
Welcome, Mr. Prime Minister.
The vice president meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House as U.S. officials are pushing to try to finalize a ceasefire agreement. Afterwards, Harris issuing the White House's most forceful comments yet about the Israel-Hamas war.
I also expressed with the Prime Minister my serious concern about the scale of human suffering in Gaza. I will not be silent.
Those comments clearly unsettling Israeli officials, with one telling local media outlets, Hopefully, the remarks Harris made in her press conference won't be interpreted by Hamas as daylight between the U.S. and Israel, thereby making a deal harder to secure. As Netanyahu met with former President Donald Trump in Florida on Friday,
she's actually worse than him.
The prime minister himself also questioning Harris's remarks about the war.
To the extent that Hamas understands that there's no daylight between Israel and the United States, that expedites the deal. And I would hope that those comments don't change that.
The vice president's office quickly rejecting that suggestion, with an aide to Harris telling CNN in a statement Friday, "I don't know what they're talking about." President Biden and Vice President Harris delivered the same message in their private meetings to Prime Minister Netanyahu. It is time to get the ceasefire and hostage deal done. Meanwhile, the prospects of the next general election debate now up in the air. Harris saying she's eager to face off against Trump in September.
I'm ready to debate Donald Trump.
But the Trump campaign refusing to commit until they say the Democratic nominee is confirmed. Harris's top surrogates mocking that move.
Y'all see, he's backing out of the debate now. He's afraid to stand toe-to-toe with our vice president.
And tomorrow, the vice president will be delivering virtual remarks at a youth forum. Of course, we're seeing a bunch of different ways in which the campaign is trying to reach out to young voters and really trying to find new and creative ways to do that now that they have a new candidate. Of course, the campaign knows very well that this population is going to be incredibly critical to the outcome of the November election.
A brand new poll out just moments ago showing Harris is now in a statistical dead heat with Donald Trump, surging ahead of where Biden was just before he dropped out of the race. Earlier this month, Trump had a 6-point lead over Biden. 6 points in electoral politics in this country is a chasm. The Wall Street Journal's numbers now, though, tracking with the trend we have been seeing from other polls from CNN and the New York Times. And when it comes to the all-important indicator of voter enthusiasm, 81% of Harris voters say they're enthusiastic about her. It was 37% for Biden. And there's another poll that came out just before we came on the air, this one from Fox News, and it's in the battleground states, very important, showing Harris slightly ahead or tied with Trump in 4 all-important battleground states. We'll tick through them. Michigan, 49-49. Trump was up by 7 against Biden in the last Michigan poll. Minnesota, Harris leads 52-46. In Pennsylvania, again, it is now tied 49-49. Biden had been slipping there behind Trump in the must-win state of Pennsylvania as well. And in Wisconsin tonight, just 1 percentage point separates the two in the Fox News poll. And it all comes in the context of the eyes on Trump's ticket. Trump's running mate J.D. Vance making another unforced error tonight as he looks to tamp down criticism over his disparaging remarks about, quote, childless cat ladies. Instead, when he tried to dampen it down, he has created a new firestorm. Tonight, making it clear that, quote, I've got nothing against cats, but going on to say that the left has become anti-family and that Democrats want to replace American children with immigrants.
I've got nothing against cats. I've got nothing against dogs. I've got one dog. People are focusing so much on the sarcasm and not on the substance of what I actually said. And the substance of what I said, Megan, I'm sorry, it's true. It is true that we become anti-family. It is true that the left has become anti-child. But the simple point that I made is that having children, becoming a father, becoming a mother, I really do think it changes your perspective in a pretty profound way. This is about criticizing the Democratic Party for becoming anti-family and anti-child. A lot of liberals and a lot of people on the left will say, well, we can just replace American children with immigrants.
All right, well, the clarification, as he thinks it is, stems from this interview that Vance did all the way back in 2021 with Tucker Carlson.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made.
All right, at the time, and even at that time in 2021, those comments did get a lot of attention and they got a lot of criticism. So back in 2021, Vance actually tried to clarify what he meant. Here's what he said.
Look, a lot of people are unable to have kids for very complicated and important reasons. I know, good friends of mine who have struggled to find the right girl, find the right guy. There are people, of course, for biological reasons, medical reasons, that can't have children. The target of these remarks is not them. It's important to point that out.
All right, so Trump campaign and Vance himself say that those comments say that he's not going after people who can't have children. Rather, he is going after people who choose not to have children. But is that really a distinction when his fundamental conclusion is completely unchanged, which is that people who have children see the world differently and are invested in the future of their country in a way that people who don't have children aren't? I mean, just listen to what Vance said in that same speech.
Think about all those people. The names are obvious. They're well-known people. Kamala Harris, Mayor Pete Buttigieg, who's now the Secretary of Transportation, Cory Booker, AOC. Think all these people. They're different. They come from different walks of life, different parts of the country. What is the one thing that unites every single one of them? Not a single one of them has any children. Why is this just a normal fact of American life? That the leaders of our country should be people who don't have a personal and direct stake in it via their own offspring, via their own children and grandchildren.
Right, so there's the bottom line. It's not about whether you weren't able to have children or you couldn't or you chose not to. It's about that if you don't, you are lesser. And the reality of it is, of course, if he was trying to make the point that his party is pro-family and the Democrats aren't, there are a lot of policy ways he could choose to do that. Not this way. And this could come at a cost because according to a new Pew Research Center survey, nearly half of adults under the age of 50 say they don't want kids. That's a lot of people, a lot of voters. And we're going to have much more on this in just a moment. I want to begin, though, with MJ Lee because she's out front live outside the White House on these new poll numbers, all of which just sort of came out, MJ, fast and furious. A lot for the Harris campaign to be optimistic about at this hour.
That's totally right. We have a new poll tonight from the Wall Street Journal that shows a very close two-way matchup between Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris, 49% to 47%. But this is yet another survey that seems to suggest that the vice president is outperforming President Biden with traditionally Democratic-leaning groups, including younger voters and voters of color, which had become trouble spots for the president before, of course, he dropped out over the weekend. And when you dig more into the details of this Journal poll, you also see that there has been a spike in enthusiasm among Democrats for their presumptive nominee. You see 76% now say they feel enthusiastic about their preferred candidate. That is up from 46% that said the same previously, again, when President Biden was at the top of the ticket. One issue where Harris seems to outperform Donald Trump is the issue of abortion. Issues where Trump outperforms Harris in this poll are immigration and the economy. And I should just note, stepping back from all of the data and the polls that are coming up, of course, the new Harris campaign is very closely watching Donald Trump. They are also very closely watching his running mate, J.D. Vance, including this childless cat lady's comment. They said in a rapid response X account for the campaign that his response to the backlash amounts to an apology to cats and doubling down on attacking women. Very separately, the campaign had also sent an email describing J.D. Vance as a creep and weird. I mean, this is clearly the campaign as it is gearing up, trying to paint a specific image of Donald Trump's running mate.
Aaron. MJ, thank you very much. And weird words like creep and weird, just not words one would have associated with the Biden campaign using about Vance. I mean, there's a shift. There's a shift in tone and attitude for sure. Out front now, the Democratic mayor of Montgomery, Alabama, Stephen Reed, Lulu Garcia-Navarro of the New York Times, Anna Navarro, CNN senior political commentator, and Bill Kristol, editor-at-large of The Bulwark. Mayor, let me just start with you, and it's great to have you here, in person in New York. All right, all these polls just coming out, the Wall Street Journal poll, specifically, though, on the enthusiasm numbers. And, there's a range here. MJ was talking about one at 76%. This poll, 81% say Harris voters say they're enthusiastic about her. It was 37% for Biden just a few weeks ago. I mean, that's a 44-point jump on enthusiasm. What's happening right now inside your party?
Well, I think that there's a level of energy, a level of excitement behind the vice president that's needed to make this a competitive race. I think what we see are black voters, women voters, and younger voters very energetic and very interested, invigorated, if you will, to support the vice president. And that's what's needed to consolidate the base in the Democratic Party. And that's what's needed to make this a competitive race.
Now, that enthusiasm, of course, I know it's a national poll. Certainly, that's what we're seeing in the rallies, Lulu. But the battleground polls, there you've got dead heats. And you had, other than one state, those were dead heats prior as well. And obviously, those battleground states are crucial. There's others as well, but these are crucial ones.
These are crucial. I mean, that is what the election is going to be decided on. And this is great news for the Harris campaign. You've got to be cheering if you're in that campaign right now, because what it shows is that she really has been able to flip the script. The people who support her are now feeling really enthusiastic. Those enthusiasm numbers, I mean, look at that. Before it was like in the 30s for President Biden, and now it's like in the 80s. Yeah. But the number that really interested me were the double haters. Do you remember us talking about the double haters so much?
Yeah.
Because they hated Trump and they hated Biden. Well, guess what? Biden's no longer on the ticket, and they are breaking for Kamala Harris. And so being able to move the margins little by little, it means a lot in this race.
Right, and those double haters, right? I mean, that was a thing, right?
It was a thing.
Now it's a completely different world. And so, Anna, enter into the tickets mattering. We don't know the full ticket, obviously, on Kamala Harris's side. But J.D. Vance now says he's being sarcastic when he said the country was being run by a bunch of childless cat ladies, and says this is not about criticizing people who, for various reasons, didn't have kids, even though he fundamentally says if you don't have kids, you're not vested in the future of the country the way the people who have kids are. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I'm talking to you as a childless dog lady. And Cha-Cha and I take great offense at those remarks where J.D. Vance seems to indicate, and it's not just one thing taken out of context. It's not just sarcasm. He has said it in different places, and he has said it with different intentions. He's talked about people without children should have less votes, that people with children should be able to have more votes. He's talked about it when it comes to tax policy. He's talked about it in such a despective way. And I think it's really angering a lot of people. It's angering people who are childless because of choice or because of nature or because they couldn't do it. It's angering people like Jennifer Aniston, who don't come out and do politics often. And it's, it touched a nerve. It has touched a nerve. And look, I was with Kamala Harris last night. I was at her residence in a meeting of Latino leaders that had been scheduled before Joe Biden dropped out. I sense a level of enthusiasm. This is beginning to feel more like a movement and less like a traditional campaign. And I think that Democrats had been in the doldrums for a long time. They were feeling defeated even before the elections, and they were going through the motions. And this is now a campaign unburdened by the age issue and full of energy. And just the fact that J.D. Vance is proving to be quite the catastrophe is icing on the cake.
Kamala Harris is taking her new presidential campaign to somewhere she hasn't been before, TikTok. CNN's Brian Todd has the details.
With a video lasting less than 8 seconds, the vice president takes another important swing at connecting with younger voters.
Madam Vice President, are you on TikTok?
Well, I've heard that recently I've been on the For You page, so I thought I'd get on here myself.
Kamala Harris is now officially on TikTok, launching her own account on the social media platform. Within 6 hours, that first post had racked up nearly 6 million views, and Harris had accumulated more than 1 million followers.
She's a little far behind. You've had President Trump on TikTok for a long time, and so she needed to get on TikTok quickly, build an audience, build a following.
Former President Donald Trump launched his TikTok account on June 1st.
The president is now on TikTok. It's my honor.
The number of Trump's followers so far dwarfs Harris's, but she's just starting on a platform that analysts say both candidates need to use to reach voters who don't consume traditional media.
They want to try to reach out to those younger voters, those, that Gen Z, millennial voter who will be out there, and especially those low information voters.
Viral political videos are always blazing on TikTok, but ahead of the election, they're gaining a lot of steam. If you want to run for office these days, it's nearly impossible not to have a TikTok.
But since becoming the presumptive Democratic nominee just a few days ago, Kamala Harris has utilized all sorts of pop culture platforms. She's just appeared on the reality show RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars with a message about the importance of voting.
We are all in this together, and your vote is your power. So please make sure your voice is heard this November.
The Harris campaign's account on X now sports a brat green color, embracing the recent post by British pop star Charlie XCX that, quote, Kamala is brat. Brat is the title of Charli XCX's latest album, but also a trend, where the word is used as an adjective to describe unapologetic it girls and icons. And the internet is now awash with coconut memes, a reference to Harris poking fun at something her mother said to her when she was younger.
I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
All of this, analysts say, could give a critical early boost to the vice president's campaign.
Kamala Harris's allies have been preparing for this possible moment for a while now. And now that it has happened, you are seeing them really turn up the energy.
Kamala Harris's launch of a TikTok account could lead to accusations of hypocrisy, since she is still part of an administration that signed a law in April that would ban TikTok in the U.S. unless it finds a new owner. TikTok is taking legal action now to prevent that from happening.
Today, as we report at the top, the former president and his wife, Michelle Obama, endorsed Kamala Harris. Here's another look at that.
I can't have this phone call without saying to my girl Kamala, I am proud of you. This is going to be historic.
We called to say Michelle and I couldn't be prouder to endorse you and to do everything we can to get you through this election and into the Oval Office.
Oh my goodness.
Well, sources tell CNN that former President Obama has been serving as a sounding board for Harris over the last 2 decades. He'd also been supportive of President Biden's re-election bid. Now, here's Randy Kaye with a look at how the Obamas have helped other presidential campaigns.
I want those of you who've been with me from the beginning of this incredible journey to be the first to know that I'm with her. I am fired up, and I cannot wait to get out there and campaign for Hillary.
I'm with her. With those words, then President Barack Obama throwing his full support behind Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign.
I don't think there's ever been someone so qualified to hold this office.
Soon after that vote of confidence, Obama hit the campaign trail, together with Clinton.
Are you fired up? You ready to go? This is a choice between whether we are going to cling to some imaginary past or whether we're going to reach for the future.
Then First Lady Michelle Obama threw her weight behind Clinton, too, at the DNC convention.
We need to knock on every door. We need to get out every vote. We need to pour every last ounce of our passion and our strength and our love for this country into electing Hillary Clinton as President of the United States of America.
The Obamas amped up their own star power at this Pennsylvania event, where Bon Jovi joined them and the Clintons on stage. Just days before the 2016 election, Michelle Obama appeared with Clinton in the battleground state of North Carolina.
You guys are pretty fired up, right? I like that.
This was the first time the two women shared the stage.
Hillary has done her job. Now we need to do our job and get her elected President of the United States.
Part of Michelle Obama's motivation to campaign against Donald Trump, his false claims that Barack Obama wasn't born in the United States. She wrote in her book that Trump's claim carried with it bigotry and xenophobia. Adding Donald Trump with his loud and reckless innuendos was putting my family's safety at risk. And for this, I'd never forgive him. She spoke with Oprah about it in 2018.
I don't think he knew what he was doing, that for him it was a game.
That motivation continued in 2020.
I'm so proud to endorse Joe Biden for President of the United States. I believe Joe has all the qualities we need in a president right now.
An endorsement, then stump speeches, even in the midst of the pandemic.
I love Joe Biden, and he will be a great president.
This was Flint, Michigan.
My friend, a real leader, the next president of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
In October 2020, Michelle Obama lent her voice to the closing argument for Biden.
Search your hearts and your conscience, and then vote for Joe Biden like your lives depend on it.
And on the eve of the election, Barack Obama fired up voters in Miami.
We will elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And we will leave no doubt about what this country we love stands for. Let's get to work, Florida. Let's bring this home. I love you, Miami. Honk if you're fired up.
Randy Kay, CNN, Palm Beach County, Florida.
The vice president speaking to donors a short while ago, laying out a vision for the very limited time until Election Day. And joining us now, the national co-chair of the Harris campaign, Mitch Landrieu. Thanks for joining us, Mitch. I want to start off with this endorsement. Go ahead. You know, from Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, this phone call and the video that was released today. We know that she said on the call she'll be hitting the battleground states. What is the campaign's path to victory? Is it an Obama-style coalition of voters? What swing states are your top targets?
Well, first of all, it was a great endorsement. I thought the video was wonderful, and you could see the wonderful relationship between him, Michelle Obama, and, of course, the vice president, who've been knowing each other for a long time. It caps a week of almost unrelenting optimism from the Harris campaign when on Sunday we started off, of course, with President Biden saying that he was going to pass the torch to a new generation. And in a very short period of time, almost a perfect 48 hours, the vice president managed to consolidate all of the Democrats that were feeling really, really uneasy about President Biden's chances. And of course, throughout the entire week, you have seen all of the coalitions of the Democratic Party come together. And now today, with the announcement of the endorsement of President Obama, we are really one team, one fight, and ready to go. So you're going to see a couple of days sprint, one that you've never seen before. I think most of us at the Political Junkies have never seen what we're in right now, so we're making history together. But this week has been a great week for the vice president. It showed her organizational skills. Of course, you saw her on the world stage with Bibi Netanyahu. And of course, you've seen her now raise more money than anybody's raised in this short a period of time and gather as many volunteers as has ever been gathered in the history of politics in the country. So we're off to a big start, but this is going to be a close election. It was always going to be a close election. Everybody's got to show up, got to do the work. And based on the vice president's speech today, we have a pathway to get it done.
So tell us about the pathway. What are the swing states that you are focused on?
Well, you can recall, last Sunday, it was however many hours, 96 or so hours ago, when everybody was starting to shrink the map. The map has now been blown open again. And I think that all of the swing states that were there before the debate performance are still back in play. They're actually more in play than they were before. And we are going to make sure that we hit all of those. Now, what has been happening over the last 4, 5, 6, 7 months, an organization that the vice president helped build and is going to inherit, is we have thousands of offices on the ground in those swing states. And now they're bursting at the seams and they are ready to go. And so we will execute the plan as it was designed. Of course, the vice president will change it as she sees fit. So you unite the party, you raise a lot of money, you put the team on your field, you knock on doors, you get votes out, and you get more than the other folks and you win. That's the plan.
So where is the search right now for Harris's running mate?
Say that one more time.
Tell us about the search for her running mate.
Well, again, I just would refer people to a couple of years ago who said, the Democrats don't have a bench. Joe Biden said, if you elect me, I'm going to help build a bridge to the future. Well, he's literally building bridge to the future with Vice President Harris, 14,000 of them. But he also has helped create a Democratic bench that is second to none. And the vice president has a large group of really wonderful people to pick from. She's going to go through them. They're going to do the vetting process, which they're in the midst of right now. You know who all the candidates are. And in a reasonably short period of time, she will pick the running mate that she thinks will help guide her to victory and help her govern the country and build that bridge to the future that they talked about so much.
Are you on that list?
I am not on that list.
So you are not being vetted. Okay. Who's on your short list?
Listen, I know all of them, and they're all great.
So who is it? Who's on the actual short list right now?
Well, I actually don't know who's on the short list. That is in the vice president's heart and in her mind. They're going through that process right now, and I'm sure that she's thinking through it very carefully, and she's going to make a great judgment about that. And then they're going to win together because I heard your show before. You were talking about JD.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure when. I think we're on a short timetable. Okay. The convention is not too far away, and it's got to be done before the convention. So I think we're on a short leash right now.
All right. I want to ask you about this. CNN's K-File found that just a couple of months before joining Biden's campaign as his running mate in June 2020, Harris praised the defund the police movement. Let's take a listen to that.
Defund the police. The issue behind it is that we need to reimagine how we are creating safety. And when you have many cities that have 1/3 of their entire city budget focused on policing, we know that is not the smart way and the best way or the right way to achieve safety. This whole movement is about rightly saying We need to take a look at these budgets and figure out whether it reflects the right priorities. For too long, the status quo thinking has been you get more safety by putting more cops on the street. Well, that's wrong.
Is that no longer Harris's position?
No, I don't think so. I think, again, as she would tell you with a funny story, you have to consider everything in context. The fact of the matter is that the vice president started off, as you know, as a prosecutor, prosecuting criminals in San Francisco. She went after the bad guys. She put sexual abusers in jail. She put business frauds in jail. When she was the Attorney General of California, she ran literally the largest law firm in the country and in many instances the world. And what I think she was trying to say there, and I think that many criminal justice experts would say this is true, that you can both be tough and smart on crime, that police officers are critically important. And if you look at her record, along with the president, they have actually funded the police. They are the ones that put money not only into the FBI, the DEA, the ATF, the U.S. Marshal's Office, and the U.S. Attorneys, but they funded police departments with real cash and put real cops on the streets. So she believes in police officers and she understands their sacrifice. But I think it is also true that when you're dealing with criminal justice, you have to make sure that you can decide whether somebody's bad or good, not by the color of their skin, but by their behavior. And that when you're dealing with mental health, when you're dealing with substance abuse, when you try to find alternatives for offenders that are not serious offenders, you can actually create a safer system. It's not just about police officers. And I think, as a matter of fact, the proof is in the pudding. We have had crime actually go down really a lot during the Biden-Harris administration. And of course, it was really high during the Trump administration. And so when you put them both together and you're tough on crime and you're smart on crime, you can accomplish both things and make the streets safe.
You said you did not believe that that was still her position of what we just played, but you laid out her position now. Mitch,
no.
Okay, go ahead. So that is still her position. She wants to move money from police departments, potentially. Right, she thinks those are still the same.
That's not what I said. What I said was you have to consider
I asked
those,
if she still is no longer, is this no longer Harris's position? And you said, no, I don't think so. So let's I want to make clear what your is that still her position or not?
What I'm saying to you is that that statement that you just played was played out of context. Her position has always been that you can both be tough and smart on crime, and it requires funding police, but it also requires funding rehabilitation and things that make the criminal justice system safer. You can do both.
But just for clarity's sake, does she want to take money from police departments and potentially put them into community services? Because that was what was part of that discussion.
What I said was, if you looked at her record as the vice president, that she actually gave more funding with President Biden to the police. So her actions indicate that she wants to fund the police, but she wants to do the other things as well, because both of them together will create safety on the streets of America.
All right, Mitch Landrieu, thank you so much for your time.
We're live from Georgia. A key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol. This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Folks, how are you? Great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought on the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. Now, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. And what's happening? they're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided, supported Roe. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, have your and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal. There's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous. And they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat-run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
You're lying. That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened. I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.